employment, putting those who are on contract, like our members who have been serving this country since COVID-19, the UHC staff, to be put on permanent and pensionable. So that is not too much to ask. We know the problem is the Council of Governors, because they have insisted that these people continue serving under punitive terms of employment, and we are against that. That is why today we are here.
Body told of President William Ruto for stating that the health workers' demands are unrealistic because the country is struggling with a huge wage bill.
We have been patient for so long, and we are asking for any additional money. We are asking for what approved in 2017, and it has not been implemented. And we want to tell Kenyans that there is no healthcare worker who is striking because they want an increment in their payment. We want more staff because we want our public facility to function properly. Because every time healthcare workers are speaking, they say that we are biased. We are not biased. It cannot be too much to ask in a country where we have a bloated representation in Parliament, we have a bloated representation in Senate, and we still have much representation at the County Assembly.
This is not Kenya leader Martha Karua rubbished President William Ruto's claim that the government does not have money to pay the striking doctors. Karua has blamed President Ruto for the worsening health crisis in the country, saying the president has continued to make foreign visits while the sick continue to suffer. In Nyeri County, and Governor Mutahi Kahiga has directed the County Public Service Board to stop paying salaries to 59 doctors taking part in the ongoing strike. This comes a week after the Council of Governors threatened to fire the striking doctors. Meanwhile, Siaya Governor James Orengo has asked national government to find a lasting solution in the doctors' strike, saying it's a long-standing dispute that should be resolved now. Orengo says that over the years, he has appeared in court to defend doctors' union officials over the very demands they want addressed now, but the government has never addressed them. And Health PS Mary Muthoni has called on the striking doctors to go back to work, saying patients are suffering because they are unable to access essential healthcare services. Muthoni says street protests will not provide a solution to the doctors' grievances, urging them to go back to the negotiating table for the good of the common Kenyan. And the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee has put Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja on notice for failing to honor invitations and summons from the House. These after Sakaja failed to appear before the committee to respond to audit queries, prompting the committee to issue another summon for him to appear in the next 14 days. The committee wants Sakaja to explain how 76 billion shillings was used in 4 subsequent financial years from 2019 to 2023. And President William Ruto welcomed investors in the country, saying the country is working on creating a good business environment. The president said the establishment of the clinkerization plant in Sebit, West Pokot County is a welcome move that will improve the economy of the region and, in turn, the country.
This is a very special day in many important ways to different stakeholders. To the desk group, we are here to make another milestone in their ambitious expansion of their industrial footprint in the Republic of Kenya. To the people of West Pokot, this is a moment to witness the enormous resource potential of this county and its economic benefits to the local community.
The head of state said the manufacturing and industrialization is the game changer in elevating poverty.
Ili tuondoe umaskini, na njia moja ya kuondoa umaskini, kuzalisha mali na kupanga ajira ya vijana wetu ni kazi hii ya viwanda. Na mbali na kuweka hiyo mpango, waziri wangu wa mambo ya industry pia tumekubaliana na yeye, tunajenga special economic zones zingine 6 Kenya, kwa sababu we want to create ecosystems and avenues for us to target the export market.
The plant, owned by the Devki group of companies, is expected to produce 6,000 metric tons of clinker daily, with a capacity to process 2 million tons yearly, which is enough to supply the whole of East Africa. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM. It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room,
It's Tuesday.
Kenya's
All right.
biggest conversation.
The 9th of April, and what's happening on the roads today? So it's raining in most parts of the country, and roads are slippery. Folks are going a little bit slower than they normally would. And so if you're out and about already, you'll find that there's not much traffic, but that's likely to pile up as we get through the day. We're already seeing the build up on Murang'a Road, and that's starting to do. It's not red yet, but now will be the time to leave. There's traffic on Landis, very heavily so for this time, and it's getting out towards Haile Selassie. Coming off of Jogo Road, right around the Makadara train station, we're seeing that happening, crossing over from Manyanja, and this coming off of Outer Ring. We're also looking at a little bit of it starting to build on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming through towards Survey, and other parts of the city look very good, at least for now. Remember, it's raining. Slower, better. Rather more careful, better. Coming out of Westlands, you're good as well. Let's see what happens as we get into Tuesday, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way
Good
to
morning,
start
this
your
Tuesday.
day.
It's 11 minutes after 6 o'clock on the 9th of April and getting into another day of Kenya's biggest conversation. How are you doing? Yes, the heavens have opened and the rain is coming down and it's not letting up. Getting into the rainy season proper. And people are shivering. I've seen people shivering this morning. Not that cold yet. As you would say in Kenya, nabado. Still to get colder. So let's see what that is. So, good morning. How are you doing? Everybody checking in as we're getting into it this morning. And Eric is here. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, my dear. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Yes, please.
Leo ni Friday. Leo ni Friday.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Confused.
Hey, look at my wallpaper.
The Safari Rari.
Yeah.
You did like that?
Oh, I didn't know myself. Hey, look at that one. Look at that.
Helicopter.
My friend.
What happened to you? You decided to just put these things.
Oh, yes.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes, 1, 2, 1, 2. Beautiful. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I hear you saying people are saying it's cold.
Yeah, some people are already shivering. I don't understand.
Oh my goodness. Oh my word.
Oh my word. Oh my days.
Oh my days. What's about what we shall be discussing today?
Bado.
Bado, Sindio? You've done very well. Hiya, let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. Okay?
Okay.
Medics are still on strike. Sindio?
Yes, they are.
Oh, mara this, mara that. Oh, yeah. Yesterday they had a demonstration. Mara this, mara that. But now, nurses are a bit of a confused lot. Are they going on strike or are they not? Their union bosses are saying, no, we are not going on strike. Other union bosses are saying, no, we are going on strike. Seth Panyako is one of those union bosses who's saying we are not. Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses, he joins us at 7 a.m. Why we are not joining the doctors on strike? He'll come and tell us. Okay? We have seen some nurses saying, where you speak for yourself. We are going on strike. We shall hear about that. At 8 a.m., we shall talk about real estate investment in East Africa. Apparently, the East African real estate sector, this is where you're looking at everything from residential to commercial, commercial properties to office spaces to hospitality. Have you seen the number of hotels that have opened in Nairobi just in the last 1 year?
Crazy. Boutique hotels.
Big time brands, boutique hotels. There's a lot of investment that's coming into the country on these areas. Now, not just in Kenya, apparently. It's in the East African region. We shall be joined by two people. Mark Danford is the CEO of Knight Frank Kenya, and Raghav Gandhi is the CEO of Africa Logistics Properties. Now, that also brings in another conversation or dimension. On the logistics space, you're seeing the setting up or establishment of big warehouses and go-downs coming up in various areas. So somebody takes up like 40 acres, puts up warehouses, you're setting up a logistics park. It's also big business. What are the trends? The two gentlemen will come and tell us why the East African real estate sector is attracting global investments. Okay? And then at 9 a.m., Tawe.
Nini?
Tawe.
Tena.
Tawe. George Natembeya is the governor of Trans Nzoia County. He is a member of DAPK party. What's DAPK? Democratic Alliance
Party of
Kenya.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he has decided he himself is going to be the David that fells the Goliath called Ford Kenya in Western.
Okay.
And he has said, Ford Kenya, Tawe. Ford Kenya, Tawe. Wetangula, Tawe. He comes at 9 and he's telling us why Western politics is taking the direction it's taking. No, why he's taking Western politics the direction he's taking Western politics.
Exactly.
Sheesh, man. Where? He's like that. We're live streaming the show, of course, as usual, on YouTube and Facebook, just like yesterday. Please tell us if you're in the country, where you are. If you're outside the country, tell us where you are, how long you've been there. Outside the country, how you're finding it. Oh, those in America, did you see the eclipse? Or did you not? Did you miss it? If you missed it, wait until 2057. I don't know what. Hey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So those in the States who saw the eclipse, tell us how it was. Hata mnaweza weka picha kwa Facebook pale tuone pia sisi ambao hatujui eclipse inakaa vipi. 16 minutes after 6. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, we're looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 16, and the rain keeps coming down for most parts of the morning. Light rain in Nakuru this morning at 16, highs of 23 and lows of 16, and we'll see lows of 16 as well. In a rainy Nyeri, going to highs of 25. It's cloudy, leading towards rain in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 15. Mombasa this morning is cloudy at 26 with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 as well. In a mostly cloudy Malindi, currently at 27. It's cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 32, rather highs of 27 in a cloudy Kakamega at 17. It's cloudy in Kampala at 20, highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 25, we'll see highs of 30. Looking into a cloudy Johannesburg at 14, we'll see a lot of rain through today with highs of 21 and lows of 9. Mogadishu at 27, we'll see highs of 33 later and lows of 26. It's clear at 13 in Addis Ababa with highs of 24, we'll see lows of 12. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 27 with highs of 34, while in Kinshasa it's mostly clear at 24, we'll see highs of 33. Tuesday afternoon in Beijing is cloudy at 13 degrees, we'll see highs of 17 and lows of 8, while Paris is cloudy at 8, we'll see highs of 13, and London at 10 is cloudy with highs of 13. Cloudy conditions in New York Monday night will turn into highs of 20 and lows of 9 coming into Tuesday.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The 9th day of April 2024. Nairobi, it's wet. Okay, where are people this morning?
Okay, saying hello to you from around the world. And good morning, Spice FM team. Tuning from Utawala is Chris Adede. Jimmy Wekesa says good morning. And R says, Yinyi. Then he says again, Mpo. Yes. Good morning, Situation Room. Happy Tuesday. Okay, Eric, leo bayan watafanywa ile kitu.
Tunawacharaza.
What? Is that a word?
Hurricane. Atapata hurricane. Akirudi London.
Good day, and as always, it will be a good show. Good morning, says Sir George Gashoiri, tuned in. Ndu Eric, happy Tuesday to you too. James Minor says, good morning, Spice team. Greetings from Hargeisa.
Hargeisa?
Yes.
Very nice.
And Robinson Kisero's tuned in this morning from Hong Kong. Sasa, mmesema ni 25 years for Ruto. Must be nice. What?
Tumeamua.
Leo.
Tutapanga.
Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu and Eric. Borrowed. Borrowed who? Oh, borrowed, the next thing you're going to say. When you take a crown to the palace, it doesn't become a king. The palace becomes a circus.
Dominic
Abuga says, good morning. Stella S says, in the path of totality here in Texas, let me tell you, Minor, those 3 minutes of darkness was an amazing experience. Really?
It was an entire 3 minutes.
The whole 3 minutes it was
darkness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Biblical, isn't it?
It is. One Mike says, good morning, tuned in from Baltimore, Maryland. The partial eclipse ilikuwa ndani. Okay. It's a rainy Monday here in Washington, trying to live within my means and building the nation, says Joe Mungai.
Yeah.
Evans Ntabo says, good morning to all of you. Miaka ni 25. Nimetumwa mwoncha asali aonji. Huh? I'm so confused. Janet Wanjiko says, good morning from Ongata Rongai. Great morning it is. Joseph Kimonge, good morning team, tuned from Ibencho in Kisi. Onganyi Malala says, good morning good people, kindly invite the president to the Situation Room. Sawa. Sababu umesema tutafanya hivyo. Evans Kipmurgor Yegon says, good morning, tuned in. Robert Mbogo's tuning from Mombasa this morning. Jeffrey Mogaka says, good morning to Eric City and Nyaboke. Mombasa is locked. Looking forward to a great show. Nyaboke apewe salamu za dhati.
Chukua.
Kimonyi Kitavi rather says, good morning from Vancouver. Solomon Oluoch, hello from Houston, Texas. Dr. Van Vick says, good morning from Tudo, Mombasa. Anne Gore says, good morning. She says, it is raining and we are planting. Tuned in from Transoia. Kitale, specifically. Your governor will be here today. Tano Teka says, good morning from Rochester, Minnesota. Dr. Van Vick says, Wapi cities. You see this weather? It's under 8. George Okoh says, good morning, Eric, CT, Ndu, Ednah, Yego. What an amazing solar eclipse yesterday. I hope we, as the government, I hope we can eclipse the government. What? Okay, so we've understood.
It was an amazing solar eclipse, huh? Okay.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
We thank Biden.
For all that he has done. Godfeka says, good morning, thanks for bringing Wamuchomba yesterday. Keep encouraging the line of action with members of parliament. Benny Macha says, good morning, tuned in, watching from Majaoni in Kilifi. Samuel Bakora says, good morning. On my way with future teachers to the National Drama Festivals in Embu. Yeah, that's going on. Arua, Uganda is where Akiki is tuned in from. And Kamakaweda tuned in from Merile in Marsabit County. John Mwangi says, good morning. Yamo says, good morning as well, doing the Lord's work. Inspiring Music says, good morning, watching from Chengdu in China. It's interesting how people are from all over the place.
All over.
I'm telling you,
when we say we're broadcasting globally, this is exactly what we mean.
This is it. Yeah.
Hey, watu wa Chengdu, China, saizi mchana. Watu wa America, sahi ndio kumekucha after this, the eclipse.
Watu wa Kilifi.
It was dark in the middle of the night.
Yes.
It was in the middle of the day.
In the middle of the day.
Now it's getting to dark.
Yeah.
Haya, ni sawa. The proverbs this week, according to CT Muga, are from the kingdom of
Morocco.
Who's the king? I don't know yule king yule mfalme yule. I'll tell you more about Morocco as the day goes by. Today's proverb: show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him.
Show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. You can only show so many times, right?
Chana na yeye. Yeah, we shall hear interpretations of this one. So tell us what's in the papers.
All right, on the front page of the Standard this morning, tough questions as Lituri claims fertilizer is good. Really? Agriculture CS Mivika Linturi has, for the umpteenth time, said, I'm not the one saying umpteenth, it's actually on the headline.
Umpteenth?
Yes.
Okay.
So, said there is no fake fertilizer in the country. However, he admits that just 3,000 bags were found unsuitable for use. However, farmers...
Only 3,000?
Yeah. There's a lot of howevers in this headline.
Yeah, that affects only about 1,000 farmers.
No biggie.
I mean, who's the farmers?
However, farmers tell a different story. Okay, we'll look into that story. So, hey, school layoffs loom in secondary changes. A major overhaul is on the horizon for over 10,000 secondary schools in the country. The changes could lead to significant staff layoffs and funding cuts as the government implements CBC. Why gas will be Ruto's next East Africa battlefront? The government is set to block the importation of cooking gas through its borders with Tanzania as it seeks greater oversight in the petroleum sector in a bid to stem illegal refilling. All right. Star DJ Falme turns witness in murder case. This is interesting, that turn of events.
He's been in for 14 days.
Yeah. He's been in custody.
Okay.
So look at details of that. Okay. No truce between Israel and Gaza. World Bank warns of poverty and inequality. Okay. And looking at other headlines, Musalia folds ANC in grand UDA plan. That's on the front page of The Nation. Behemoth is the question. President Ruto's wish to have Kenya Kwanza parties fold into one political juggernaut. ahead of the 2027 polls appears to be gaining traction, with Mudavidi's Amani National Congress showing keen interest. But move is likely to ruffle feathers in DP Gachagwa's corner, even as Ford Kenya's Wetangula plays hard to what? Hard to get. Take that as you may. Okay. Patients' agony as now medics take to the streets. It is not looking pretty at all. Traffic nightmare as travelers stranded for over 24 hours. That what we were talking about yesterday, coming in from the Nairobi-Mombasa highway because of the repairs that are happening. Thank you, Kenha. So when you thought you had just bought the books that you needed for CBC, new school textbooks are on the way in the first review of the CBC system. We're already reviewing the thing that we've not, done properly. So, my goodness. The first CBC review.
Okay.
Senators threaten to starve governors of cash for snubbing summons. You don't come.
Fine. A bigger fine. I tell you about the Business Daily.
Please do.
So you have money in M-Pesa, Sindio? You keep money in M-Pesa. Maybe it stays for a day, it stays for 2 days. Some people keep money on M-Pesa for like a week, a month, blah, blah, blah. It earns zero interest. The Business Daily is telling you why. Apparently, there's some regulations that govern M-Pesa that have said that you who put money on M-Pesa, you do not earn interest. You, Safaricom, who is money on an M-Pesa, you don't earn interest, okay? And any interest accrued from any transaction now that's being held by the bank. You see, the bank will blah, 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 interest, blah, blah, blah. That money is sitting, for example, in a giant bank. There are hundreds of billions of shillings. The interest that accrues from there should go to a charitable foundation. And that's why we have the M-Pesa Foundation. It is funded by the interest that's earned from money sitting in M-Pesa bank account. Yeah, and you do not earn. The law says you shall not earn. This is unlike what happens in other African jurisdictions. In other African countries, people who have equivalents of M-Pesa, they're earning interest, one.
Because of the money that's left in your M-Pesa account when you're not using it, or how?
When you have money in your M-Pesa account, it's earning interest. Yep.
Others do, but here now.
Here no. Here the only way you earn interest on M-Pesa is with those specific products that have been created by M-Pesa. For example, lock savings account and such. So you put money in the lock savings account and you say, I'm locking this money for whatever is like a fixed deposit account. Then that one will earn interest. The other kawaida M-Pesa float, zero interest. But other Africans are making money. Yeah. Second headline, Kenya races to start tracking gas cylinders from June. A new system to automatically track cooking gas cylinders in the latest effort to combat a thriving black market in the multi-billion shilling sector. Tracking will be done either through an Internet of Things or radio frequency identity, that's RFID chips, offering a full view of cooking gas from the import point to refilling stations and end users or consumers. An IoT is a network of physical devices, vehicles, and appliances that are embedded with sensors, software, network connectivity, allowing them to collect and share data. An RFID refers to a wireless system comprised of two components, tags and readers. The reader is an RFID, has one or more antennas that emit radio waves. So basically what they're saying is, you see the way you have all these illegal filling stations, but when you go to this to buy gas, you're buying gas from what you consider to be a known brand. Kumbe known brand kitu gani? It has been refilled up a back street.
Like those ones that we saw.
Those ones that we saw exploding the other day. You're buying a 13 kilogram cylinder, it's actually 9. That's where the problem is. And you will complain and say, this particular brand that I know, gasia uskuizi inaisha haraka. Kumbe. So they've just said, okay, if this is Total, we shall track our cylinders, wherever it is. If it's in a home, we know it's in a home. If it's going to some, no, we know. We start looking for it, okay? Ticker headlines. U.S. wants public say on Kenya tax trade rules. So the U.S. is demanding that Kenya grants traders and the public bigger say in regulatory changes to safeguard their rights. This is in the ongoing U.S. and Kenya trade talks. These things have taken forever. AGOA is coming to an end. We still haven't finished these negotiations. The deputy ambassador of Kenya to the U.S., has been on the forefront of this conversation. His term is coming to an end. We look forward to hosting him when he comes and says, you know what, this is actually what I've experienced with these trade talks, and this was going on. Okay, soon. Regulator bars UK betting firm W88 for lack of license. CBK sees rebound in imports of shilling. Rubies gains market share. Okay, that's a Business Daily. Today is Tuesday. The Star is playing the pull-out game. For government tenders and job opportunities, see MyGov pull-out. A free copy of the Star and MyGov. Today, Star is free.
Free.
Because they are playing their
game.
The headline. Small headline. So, first of all, who's fooling who in the Ruto Raila Nadco report? They're saying, oh, you know, this whole stories of Nadco. High onion prices put tears in the eyes of strained customers. Customers in Nairobi have been forced to dig deeper into their pockets due to an increase in the price of onions. A kilo of red dry onions at Wakulima Gekomba and Ruai Market is retailing at between 170 and 150 for a kg of vitungu, the red onions. When did you last buy?
Last week, maybe.
How much are they?
200 bob.
For a kilo? Okay. Now, can you imagine? So, from the market, it was 170. Then gets to you at 200.
Yeah.
Yep. Kimeumana.
Bad.
It's good news for my people in Kimana.
What happened?
We are onion farmers, my friend.
Yeah, so now
you've
been drying them for the last few months, and then now
Kimana, my friend, the cash that will just be flowing in Kimana this season, like this. Figure like this, just find a butchery. Ula nyama, my friend. Hey. Higher. They have a big, nice photo here of a gentleman called George Njao. He is the Director General of the National Transport and Safety Authority. In an interview with the Star in his office on April 5th, tough new rules for school buses to curb road carnage. So NTSA is coming up with tough new rules for school buses that are now aimed at curbing road carnage. It's a big two-page spread. The new regulations by NTSA are expected to curb carnage. The authority has come under scrutiny. Okay. It takes a while to get to the story. But there are other interesting stories inside the Star, and I shall tell you about them.
All right.
As we continue. At age 27 minutes to 7. What's happening on the roads? You will tell us, won't you?
Right
I think
now.
they opened Latka section, by the way. The
Yesterday afternoon.
Yes,
they did.
Yeah. So today, hopefully,
we're praying
things will be better. But look at Ngara. Guy. Why? Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yeah, it's bumper to bumper on Murang'a Road. That's leading all the way towards the Globe Cinema roundabout. We're not seeing any traffic as you come around Boulevard, but let's wait and see. If that part of Uhuru Highway is open, we'll have a look at that in a minute and see how that has changed. But Murang'a Road actually is crazy at the moment. It's busy coming off of the Thika Superhighway, but then you get to Survey and it's fine. Free flowing. The Pangani underpass is where you'll find that bumper to bumper action. And then it's also busy coming off of Kiambu Road right through towards Muthaiga Square. All right, we're keeping an eye on things here and there. Coming into the city, also, Landis Road is busy getting onto Haile Selassie. A bit of traffic also on Jogo Road. And then also, we're seeing, free movement around most parts of the city. Let's keep an eye on things as we get into Tuesday. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
5 minutes after 6.
Okay, so this story, of course, it's while everything is just up in the air doing the thing, new school textbooks on the way in the first CBC review. Okay. Learners in pre-primary and primary school will have new textbooks come January 2025 following the first review of the content of the competency-based curriculum. The process to replace the textbooks that have been in use already kicked off, and publishers yesterday submitted manuscripts for evaluation to the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. The institute had invited submissions for materials for all learning areas in pre-primary 1 and 2 and grades 1 through 4. The CBC was rolled out in 2019, as we know, and has faced various challenges ranging from the distribution of textbooks to schools to complaints about the quality of the learning material. According to a timeline by KICD, the new books were scheduled to be distributed to schools between September 2nd, 2024 and November 5th, 2024. However, parents with children who attend private schools will have to buy books for their children as schools open for the first term. The review of the curriculum content comes after recommendations contained in the report of the Presidential Working Party of Education Reforms. Among the changes proposed concerned better quality of the materials and also the procurement procedures. So, I mean, it goes on and on, but here we are, and the Working Party came in and said, well, okay, we need to see certain things. So the books that you've been using until now, we're going to have to, update or add, and then you have to purchase those. How do you choose to see that? Up to you.
Well, okay. So the boss of KICD told us that, you need to have a review of just looking at the content in the books periodically. This is the first one since the rollout of CBC.
Yes.
So this is the first one in 8 years.
So since 2019, 5 years. 2018, 6 years, Since the rollout of CBC.
But we're in grade 7.
But remember, they did not start from grade
they started
1.
at 3.
They started at grade 3.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So 5 years of CBC, so review coming up now in the books now, and then we go into the next one. Okay. Okay. Now, the issue of doctors striking is a big one. Okay. Stranded and abandoned patients, desperation and pain painted a grim picture in public hospitals as a strike by medics persisted across the country. So dire is the situation, the religious leaders have made an urgent appeal to the government to consider engaging the medics who have vowed not to resume duty until their demands for better salaries and conditions of service are met. When the president has maintained that the government has no money to increase doctors' salaries, the Council of Imams and Preachers of Kenya has underlined the need to consider some of the issues raised by the doctors. For the 4th week now, access to healthcare in public hospitals has been paralyzed after members of KMPDU down their tools. So this is across the country. This story by The Nation is looking at what's happening. For example, they tell us of the story of Deborah Washeke Wangeshi, who's 23 years old, who was scalded on her hands, face and chest after her boyfriend allegedly poured hot oil on her. She was taken to hospital in excruciating pain. Efforts by her family to have her treated at the Coast General Teaching and Referral Hospital failed when doctors said they were going on strike from the 15th of March. She was going through a lot of pain, crying out to doctors to come to her aid in vain. This is according to her mother. Health workers we found at the hospital only guided me on how to take care of her, yet I have no idea how a patient with such wounds should be treated. When Wangeshi's condition got worse, the family was forced to take her to a private hospital. They are now getting worried over the rising medical bills. She says the bill was initially 270k. I've managed to pay partly and reduced it to 230. I don't know how long I'm going to be admitted here. This is a story that's happening across the country. When people are going to public facilities and they find no doctors in place. And the conversation that we are seeing now coming from government is, all right, we have agreed that we are going to dispatch the intern doctors, but at this pay, because this is the only amount of money that we can afford. Yesterday, the president reiterated his speech where he said, we have no money. This is what he said yesterday when he was speaking in West Pokot at the launch of a new Defki clinker factory in West Pokot. He said, we must live within our means. We cannot spend money that we do not have, and we cannot have a budget that we cannot fund. That's why we are also cutting down on expenditure, he said, against the backdrop of demands by doctors for enhanced pay. While commissioning this facility, the president said, Our current budget is what? The 2023-2024 budget?
3.6 trillion.
3.6 trillion shillings. The proposed budget for the next financial year is 4.2 trillion shillings. The president says we are reducing our budget from 4.2 trillion shillings to 3.7 trillion shillings. We have cut back our spending by 500 billion shillings.
No, really?
Have you ever heard of Kifunga Macho? Hey, Kifunga Macho.
Woo!
Right? So, it's the thing that we were saying yesterday. You live in a 70k house which you're barely
you can't you're not
Then you come home and tell your family, you know what, we're going to move from this house to one that we're going to be paying 150k. Then after 2 days you come back and say, no, I've reduced my budget from 150k for rent to 100k for rent. So you see, I'm even cutting back my expenditure. Your current rent is 70 Gs and you're not able to pay. And you say you are now going to pay 100 Gs, but it's a reduction from the 150 that you hoped to spend. So you've actually cut back on your spending. Is that not magic?
How on earth do you expect that things are supposed to balance with that kind of
thinking?
Exactly.
I don't know. I've never been president.
Do you want to be?
It's like this.
No. Look, no, there's no way that things are going to align in this manner at all. It is not possible. It is not possible. And this, if anything, is driving folks to the place whereby they say, okay, hardball, we can all play. Hardball, we can all play.
So basically, the message here is once again to the doctors, look, this is take what we can afford. Okay? All right, maybe have a conversation around that. Say, look, in fact, let's cut back this spending from 3.6 trillion shillings. Let's go back to 3 trillion shillings. This is where we were 2 years ago. How much are we raising in ordinary revenue? Our ordinary revenue is going to financing our debt. 80% of it. The rest cannot even afford to pay our salaries, which is 47% of our ordinary revenue. And we have not talked about a shilling in development. What are we doing? There's going to be a conference next week on wage bill.
On how to cut
expenses. Will that conversation have an entire conversation about this is how much we're able to raise realistically in terms of our revenue? Or are we going to have an approval by Parliament of another 1 trillion shilling budget deficit? Because that's what it is. You have a budget deficit of 1 trillion shillings. Mambo hii ni mchezo sana.
Huge mchezo.
Please tell us about fertilizer, please.
Tough questions as Linturi claims fertilizer is good. He says all these stories that people talk about, but there's a two howevers. The first, however, is that some 3,000 bags were found unsuitable. But that's nothing. And then there's another, however, where farmers are saying they're telling a different story. The admission by Agriculture CS that the fake fertilizer saga has been blown out of proportion has left many asking questions. If there are cartels that have infiltrated the system, why is no one behind bars? Shouldn't the ministry be worried that some bags were adulterated? Who's fooling whom in this saga? 3,000 is a number of bags the minister said were not good. Now, let's look at this story. It's carried on page 4 and 5. Okay. Are they sure?
6. They lied. It's on page 6 and 7.
Okay, sour. The government ping-pong on fake fertilizer as MPs probe case. Barely days after the Kenya Bureau of Standards suspended 8 employees over the issuance of certification and marks of quality to 2 companies linked to the substandard fertilizer and Kel's Chemicals company license having been suspended, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mithika Linturi is sticking to his guns that there is no fake fertilizer. Many farmers across the country have, however, narrated a different story, saying whatever they were supplied with was not fertilizer. Linturi yesterday denied the existence of fake fertilizer, saying that there has been reported a case of 3,000 bags of substandard fertilizers in the market and that the ministry was ready to compensate affected farmers. He went further to tell the National Assembly Agriculture Committee that what was distributed was soil conditioner. was soil
conditioner is only for your hair.
That's why I've read it twice. That the government had no hand in the supply.
Conditioner.
Yani, I would like to inform this committee that the ministry is not involved in distribution of fake fertilizer. Somebody else is essentially what he's implying. I would request the investigation agencies to take action against those involved in distribution of the soil conditioner that has raised eyebrows among farmers, said Linturi when he appeared before MPs. Linturi told the committee chaired by Tigania West MP John Mutunga at Parliament Buildings that he cannot rule out the hand of maize importers in the multi-billion fake fertilizer scandal, which has left the government with egg on its face. Farmers through the Kenya Farmers Association have pushed back, saying the government ought to take responsibility for the scandal and act on those who were involved. Government should take responsibility and go for them instead of taking farmers in circles, according to Kip Korir Menjo. The Cabinet Secretary downplayed the expose by African-censored journalist John Allen Namu on fake fertilizer, saying the government suspended distribution of the soil conditioner by SBL Innovates using National Cereals and Produce Board in March this year. So can you see now? Okay, there's no fake fertilizer, but some 3,000 bags of some
of
adulterated something
it was conditioner
have been distributed, but that's not
what is
us.
Conditioner, by the way? Let's start with the hair. What's conditioner?
For hair? Conditioner actually detangles your hair and it makes it softer and smoother and moisturized.
So that's what it was doing for the soil. It's detangling and making it so smooth and
but it is not it's not hair food. Do you understand? It's not food. Fertilizer, different story.
So here's the thing about Medeka Linturi. Number one, he says there's no fake fertilizer. And he says, forget that criminal called John Nyamu.
He's a con man.
He's a criminal. We know him. One thing that he says. Then he says, actually, what was being distributed, we have established, was this soil conditioner that went out to farmers. So did it go out to farmers in the name of subsidized fertilizer, or was it... That's a whole conversation. He says, you know what, NCPB does not manufacture any of these things. NCPB trades with traders. It says you bring lime, bring conditioner, bring fertilizer, and then we shall distribute the fertilizer, the lime, the conditioner as appropriate to the farmers. In this particular case, I don't know what happened, but conditioner went as fertilizer, you know. But he's adamant that if there's any fake fertilizer, then it is with, he cannot rule out maize importers. And he wants investigative agencies to deal with that. But he's just talking about it in such a laid-back attitude and nature. You know, we shall compensate those farmers. We shall. Tutapanga. It's planting season now. It's the season for fertilizer. If you are coming to Parliament to say, we actually tracked those 3,000 bags and we have compensated the farmers, and we are taking action, this and the other, then it will be something. Medeka Linturi went to Parliament, and he was telling parliamentarians, why don't this year I investigate? I cannot rule out importers.
He is saying...
There's no fake fertilizer.
There's no
Forget
fake fertilizer.
Nyamu.
But there's something that's going around that's not actually fertilizer, but that's not us. It's not the ministry, so you guys should go and figure out who that is. That guy is a con... What, I mean...
Meanwhile, President Ruto has warned that fraudsters selling fake fertilizer and seeds will be prosecuted. President Ruto is Medeka Linturi's boss. He says any fraudster who is selling fake fertilizer will be prosecuted. He made an impromptu visit to NCPB depot in Eldoret yesterday and ordered the fast tracking of the distribution of this fertilizer. Okay? And he said, I have also heard about fake seeds coming from Kenya Seed Company. I have made changes at the board and management of Kenya Seed. The president is acknowledging the presence of fake fertilizer, fake seed. His minister for agriculture is saying, fake. No. Conditioner.
That's what it is. So maybe what we did is we gave you something else, but do you understand what's happening here? We gave you something else, but it's okay for soil. It's not that the fertilizer is fake. what we've seen is that something else has been given to you, but that in its makeup, it's a solid product. But you're trying to say that fertilizer that has been given out, it's not. Do you see how we are escaping and trying to make up stories for things that are actually lies? They're not true. And let me tell again, and it's sad to say, but you see this thing? It'll do like this, do like this. Somebody will say, oh, it was fake, it was not fake, it was not fake. By June,
there will be no evidence.
Die.
You'll have nothing.
By June, we'll be talking. Aranyemo will be doing something else.
Aranyemo will be told you told us about fertilizer. Where is it?
We're in June. We'll be told now. Look, I'm telling you, this thing is going to die. It's dead in the water. All of this roundabout, whether it was fake, whether it was not subsidized or otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh, those who will pay. Oh, there will be investigations. There will be a parliament committee. There will be oversight. There will be this story. They'll do. People will have sitting allowances paid to them to investigate this thing. Evidence will be given. People will deny. Report to be written. Die. Done. Dusted. To the doggies. It's finished. By the way, it's done. We'll make a little bit of noise for the next 3 weeks or so. People will register their disdain and their dissatisfaction and will say, oh my God, how can we be so terrible? And that's it.
So let's just even go with Mithika Linturi's figure of 3,000, okay? Let's say that each farmer has gotten 10 bags, okay? That's 300 farmers who have taken this hair conditioner and put on their maize. So that, the maize has that kind that looks like hair. Yes? Let's just assume that. What are we saying to those farmers? Those farmers bought this particular product at 2,500, assuming that this is fertilizer. They found it's not fertilizer. Mithika Linturi has not said, we have established these are the farmers and we have taken corrective measures and given them the right fertilizer at no extra cost. He has not said that. He's just saying it is just about 3,000 and we are going to compensate farmers. He hasn't said that they've done it. So do we know whether they've done it or not?
Or not? We don't know. You don't know. You'll never know. You won't know. Do you know, this is my problem, Eric, that a lot of time and effort, a lot of dissatisfaction is being registered. People around the country are saying this, that. And even the president is saying that there should be not because we will prosecute. Investigative bodies are coming out and everybody's in their best dress and saying, in fact, we want to find out. Ministers are sitting down talking. CSs are what? But you know what? It's going nowhere. It's going nowhere. It will just be a story. In 2024, there was something about fake fertilizer, and that's how it went and died. Shaky.
It is so
very sad.
So sad. It's no, this is not right. This is not right. It is not right at all. At all. So DJ John Falme is off the hook.
Yeah.
And apparently now he'll be a witness, a state witness in a case. He'll now be a state witness in the case on the killing of a detective called Felix Kintosi. The director of public prosecution said there is no evidence to support a murder charge against him. Cleared of the charge, the DJ will now appear as a witness against his employee, Alan Ochieng, who is a bouncer and an MC. When DJ Falme appears before the trial court, he'll inform the judge what he witnessed on that fateful night when Kintosi was injured during an altercation. Alan Ochieng will be charged at the Kiambu Law Courts for murder, contrary to Section 203 of the blah, 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 blah of the law. The entertainer was turned into a state witness after further investigations while being held with the co-accused for 14 days. Okay, so we see the development. I still want to raise this issue. Those 14 days, were they necessary?
How is it that you're able to quickly turn it like that? Because suddenly now you found out something that has made you change your mind, isn't it? What would have precluded you from finding that out before you made the charge? Or is that why you needed the 14 days to find this out?
Okay, let's even say that you needed 14 days, but did you have to have the people in custody? Must the people spend day and night in cell for you to establish? What are you establishing? So what did they establish? Did they look at the guys for 14 days, observe them, and then notice Joe looks innocent? Alan looks like he could be the one who's guilty. I mean, what is it that the 14 days have done? I still have a question on this.
That the charge moves from one individual to another, but then this is somebody you've been robbed of 14 days
14
that you will
days
never
gone.
get back. And apart from that, your image, your name have all been besmirched because the court of public opinion has charged you, has judged you, and has sentenced you, even before a word has been said from the court. This has happened. So how do you get back? How do you get that back?
How do you recoup your 14 days?
You don't.
Gone.
You never get it back. A part of your character is already then, or your image already then has a stain on it. You can't get it back.
It's such a sad thing, by the way. You know, we look at it and don't even think about it deeper. Just think about it. John Falme was a guy who was just ordinarily not even been arrested for anything before. Here he is. This is just an ordinary Joe who has spent 14 days behind bars with his crew. It could be you. It could be anything. Those 14 days, why the hell are they important?
I don't get it either.
Why?
And then you don't have a charge that sticks. That's the...
As you come back after think, by the way...
Could be somebody else.
Yeah, we don't have a charge. We have nothing to sustain a charge against this guy. So what happens to my 14 days? Now, there's this headline in the bang in the middle of the paper. Did I tell you bang in the middle?
You didn't. Imagine. You've
bang in the middle of the paper of the Star. Accounting mess. Most have accumulated massive pending bills. Riddle of billions idling in counties' bank accounts. There's a lot of stalled projects and complaints of underfunding. The story is in page 2 of the Star today. It says billions of shillings are lying in bank accounts of many county governments amid constant uproar by governors over delayed cash releases by the National Treasury. Reports by the Auditor General Nancy Gathungu have revealed that many devolved units are holding huge amounts of cash in their accounts in the CBK and commercial banks. But as the counties hold these wads of cash, most of them have accumulated massive pending bills, more than 156 billion shillings. The audit reports on the county revenue funds for county governments for the financial year ending June 30th last year were tabled in the Senate. In Wajir, the report says $1 billion shillings is in its revenue fund, according to account at the CBK. Wajir has 1 billion shillings sitting up at CBK.
Okay.
However, there were no details to support the fund balance, neither is it represented by any bank balance, according to Gathungu. In addition, the county could not account for 14 million collected as own source revenue during the year under review. Kilifi County is operating 12 bank accounts, 2 of them holding more than 645 million shillings. However, 2 of these accounts, both with SBM Bank, have unusually high balances of 506 million and 137 million respectively. Gathungu says the county management indicated the amounts are in escrow accounts in use when a revenue company was contracted to collect cess and parking fees for the county. So the monies could not be transferred to the county revenue fund at the CBK due to an active court case. This is the story here in the Star. The story also in the Nation, or on the same issue, is talking about how all these counties are contributing money over every year to the Council of Governors for operations of the Council of Governors. And counties, for example, Homa Bay has done 4 million, so on and so forth. The Auditor General says, the law says that the operations of the Council of Governors shall be funded by the national government, not the counties. So now that the counties are funding operations of the Council of Governors, this is contrary to the law.
But the question is, it being contrary to the law, what is to guarantee that that will be rectified, and who then is supposed to lead that charge?
Is money actually being appropriated by the national government for operations of the Council of Governors? Those are the questions. Well, keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about the nurses. To strike or not to strike? 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has intervened in the insecurity situation in Eddoret, which has paralyzed learning activities and led to the closure of several schools. Speaking during the commissioning of the Semtech Limited clinker plant in West Pokot County, Ruto ordered the immediate deployment of KDF officers to undertake the construction of classes burned down by bandits and repair those falling apart due to neglect. Ruto assured parents in the region that the government will guarantee the security of all learners and learning institutions in the coming term. The Public Accounts Committee of the Senate has threatened to submit a motion to cut off the allocation of funds to counties whose governors have ignored invitations to appear before the Senate committees. This after Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja failed to honor summons to respond to questions about the report of the Auditor General. Sakaja was invited to appear before the committee yesterday to respond to glaring gaps raised in the audit reports for the year 2020-2021 and the year 2021-2022. However, according to the letter from Nairobi County Chief of Staff Patrick Analo, Sakaja is out of the country. The committee led by Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajon tasked Senator Richard Onyonka to submit a bill that will empower the CS Finance to stop distribution of funds to governors who have failed to appear before the Senate to account for the use of the funds.
In view of the persistent material breaches of the PFM that has been seen in Nairobi, where there's been 4 adverse opinions over a period of 4 years, that we shall look at the provisions of Article 225 and provisions of the PFM on stoppage of funds. This committee will strongly consider and perhaps propose the invocation of Article 225 over the persistent material breaches that have been seen in Nairobi City County.
According to Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, Sakaja has not only failed to appear before the Accounts Committee but before the other committees as well.
The last meeting we had at the Energy Committee was, I think, 2 weeks ago. They summoned him. He is supposed to appear before that committee tomorrow. And I am going to again face Inspector where he is not appearing. At the Housing Committee, where we are both members chair, regarding the urban upgrading program, we have the largest housing program in the country. Nairobi has the largest housing program where we are redeveloping 13 estates. He failed to end until the chair of the committee had to fine him 500,000 shillings.
He added that there are many questions about the functioning of Nairobi County that require Sakaja's answers, and therefore he must be forced to appear before the committee. Now, residents of Kubura in Nyando constituency, Kisumu County, have called on the national government as well as the Kisumu County government to take urgent measures against floods that threaten their lives. The over 300 families have now been forced to move from their homes, while others have been separated from their loved ones.
Maji imekuja huku kwetu, imetusumbua sahi. Ilianza mwezi wa moja mpaka sahi na bado tunasumbukana. Watu wamehama, wamekaa huko shule ya Reko Junior Academy, na hata ukiona kwa hii nyumba bibi alitoroka juu ya maji. Sasa mzee amebaki na watoto peke yake, anatafuta na pia anarudi kutengeneza chakula hapa.
They have expressed their concerns due to the possibility of contracting waterborne diseases.
Barabara pia iko na shida, but the main thing here is this water. Tunaishi na nyoka, tunaishi na samaki, tunaishi na every kind of water animals here. So we are requesting from the national government, county government, hata ojienda kuja tusaidie. Anybody who is willing can come and akuje tusaidie. Anybody mwenye amesikia, amepata hisia ya kutusaidia, akuje. Any well-wisher, alete hata tinga, alete mara, alete nini, any kind of help, hata chakula.
Kubura Ward MCA Billy Odhiambo has threatened to lead the residents in a protest if urgent measures are not taken to address the crisis.
Tunatuma message. Wametuambia kesho tunapata tinga hapa. So sisi kama wenyeji, tusipopata tinga, itabidi sasa tuandamane, tuambie gavana wetu, watu ambao uliweka kazi, hakuna kazi yote wanafanya. Sisi tunaumia kwa muda mrefu, watoto hawazienda shule, walimu pia hawezi kuja shule, barabara mbaya ya kwenda shule, kwa sababu the implementers wenye tuko nao ni wabaya, hawatusaidii kama Kubura.
We do hope that the residents of Kobura will get the assistance that they need. I'm Dennis Aseda. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, where are we this morning? And let's look at what traffic looks like at a few minutes after 7 o'clock. It's busy then coming in from Muranga Road. It's not as crazy as it was a couple of days ago. So we also see movement on Uhuru Highway getting out into the CBD this morning. Not so bad. So yes, that road has been opened and it'll probably take some time to get out of it, but okay. The Thika Superhighway, heavy with traffic this morning as you get in from all the way actually from the Outer Ring Junction, coming in before that Allsops, Garden City, well beyond that, heavy traffic into the CBD. And it's coming by way of Survey out through the Pangani underpass. That's where we'll see the heaviest traffic this morning. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they open up as we get into traffic hour. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the second half of the Situation Room on this 9th day of April 2024. Asante sana to people who are tuning in on SpiceFM across the country, on KTN Home across Africa, on YouTube and Facebook across the globe, and also on our digital radio platforms, Radio Garden and all the others. You will find the Situation Room wherever you are, anywhere on this planet. In fact, we also have plans to take you to Mars.
What?
The plan, tumepanga, tuko na mikakati, tuko na mpango. Ikifika mwezi wa 6, Situation Room itakuwa Mars.
There's no life on Mars.
So we'll take it there.
And start?
Yes.
That's the plan.
We are taking it there. Okay. So what's your plan? That's the plan we're talking about. Whatever plan you have, if your plan is in 6 months' time to go to Mars, if your plan is in 6 months' time to, improve on your education, to have something else that you're doing, if your plan is a 6 months, 6 weeks, 6 years, 60 years plan, whatever the plan you have, it's important to have a plan. There are people who actually think about planning, they're like, oh my God, plan is just, it's a completely complicated matter. How do I plan? Okay, how do I actualize my plan? ICEA Lion has been there for many years and they're experienced in helping people come up with their plans. All right? There are very many products. And ICEA Lion is saying, come, talk to us. We'll sort you out. Whatever plan you have, we will help you. Talk to them, ICEA Lion. So plan.icealion.co.ke. That's the website to go to, plan.icealion.co.ke. Or you can follow them on social media, ICEA Lion KE, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook. They're saying, whatever your plan, come, let's talk. We'll help you, walk with you until you realize your plan. Sindio?
No matter where you are.
Yes. What's the plan for the nurses? Are they joining this doctor strike or not? That's what we want to ask the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses, Seth Panyako, who's our guest. Good morning, Seth.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation again.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you here. What's the plan? Strike or no?
No strike.
No strike?
Yes.
Okay, you'll tell us more about that shortly. But first, let me welcome you with the day's proverb. Siti is not in today, but he told me, Seth akikuja, salimia yeye sana.
Asante.
Mpokea salamu?
Mpokea salamu.
He also told me, Seth akikuja, mpatie proverb Namwambia, the proverbs for this week are from the Kingdom of Morocco. Have you been to Morocco?
Yeah, I've been to Morocco.
Which parts of Morocco?
I don't remember, but we went there for a meeting to do with migrant workers. Yeah.
Right. Okay. The proverb this week from Morocco, and today's proverb is, show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. Show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. What's your interpretation of this proverb?
I think it's a straightforward proverb. You cannot force people to agree with you or to do things the way you want. Tell them the right way. This is how it's supposed to be done. If they don't want to follow that direction, leave them. Just like children, you bring them up the way you want. And if they grow up and do their own things, you have little to do as a parent. You have to do what you think is the correct thing to be done. Yep.
So is the message here to the person being shown or to the person showing?
To both. To both. They have the responsibility. The one giving information must ensure that that's the correct information.
Yep.
And the one receiving the information has the responsibility either to take that information, use it correctly, or despise it, leave it and move away and do his own things. Yeah.
So your fellow medics are on strike. Doctors went on strike. Clinical officers joined them in solidarity. Doctors have various issues, excuse me, that they've been raising. One of them, of course, is the posting of the intern doctors across the country, implementation of the CBA, which has that element of intern doctors, implementation of CBA in terms of salary arrears that have been running for years, implementation of CBA in terms of comprehensive medical cover, and other issues that they have been raising and saying, you know what, we have been having this conversation for a while. Clinical officers have joined them and said, I mean, our colleagues are raising serious matters. Nurses have been ping-ponging on this particular matter. You've come out of the Secretary General and said, we are not joining the strike. Why?
Number one is that you don't join a strike. You go on strike. And when you go on strike, you must have processed those issues that are making you go on strike according to the law. You cannot just wake up and say, we are joining someone else's strike. You remember in 2017, we were on strike as nurses for a period of 6 months. No one joined us. Why does somebody else think that when he's on strike, nurses should join him or her? We are a profession of our own, with our own minds, with our own leadership. As Panyako, I have no right to call any strike. National strike is called by the National Governing Council, which directs the National Executive Council to direct me to issue a strike notice. I'm only the mouthpiece of the nurses. Some people want to think, make the word think that Panyako can wake up one day and say, we are going on strike. And I issued a letter, a circular to my branch officials, because the National Governing Council constitutes 3 officials from each branch, and we have about 52 branches. And I asked them, this is what we have done so far in terms of nurse internship. This is what we have done, the discussions that have taken place, and 2 about the employment in pensionable and permanent pensionable terms for the UHC nurses. This is what we have done. For the UHC nurses, the government has promised to employ them 1st June because their contract expires in May, June. For the interns, at that time, the government, the Ministry of Health was looking for 4.8 billion because they were short of 4.8 billion. And the treasurer had not responded. So we were yet to go for another meeting, a follow-up to see what the treasurer had approved. Before we went there, and then another issue that we are doing was about our CBA. You remember we have been on strike so many times about the collective bargaining agreement for nurses. Since 2013, we've never had the CBA. This time around, the government says we want to give the nurses a CBA. We started negotiating last year. And last month, in February, not last month is March, in February, the government sponsored our officials to Naivasha for a whole week retreat. We sponsored our negotiator from the union for a whole week. We spent a lot of money to negotiate the CPA. It was completed. So what was left is to come and put in the legal minds, align things to align with the law, and then they take to SRC for the issue of things of an advice, then it comes back, and then we sign. So that process has been almost complete. In fact, the week the strike started is the week we'll have completed that process. So clearly speaking, if you ask me to go on strike, what reasons will I be going on strike to do? Number 2, I was the founder of Kenya University Student Organization. I was the first chairman. And my branch secretary for Kiambu, who was then a student at Moi University, Hilary Kibiriti, was my vice. And we fought for the payment of nurse interns in Kenya single-handedly, without a union, without anybody. It was a student organization. And it was approved in 2001. I graduated in that year. I never benefited. I went for internship, I was not paid. So it started in 2002 is when people started being paid. And we, at that time, later on, when the union came in place, we used to have problems of every time nurses, interns go to Ministry of Health, they cause havoc, they fight, they break things. So some of them, even when they went for internship, and they were surcharged because of damage that happened to the ministry. Then we said, look here, it can't continue like this. What should we do? We said, now we are producing about 386 nurses at that time. Why can't we budget for 500? Then the government agreed and budgeted for 500. For many years, since around 2013 when the union came in place, there was a smooth transition from studentship to internship, and then you go look for a job. Then it reached a time the numbers surpassed 500. We again met the ministry and said, look, the numbers have gone above 500. What can we do? The ministry said, we have agreed to budget for 2,000 every year. We are producing very many, over 1,500 BSN nurses in Kenya. Remember, there were 300 and something. So they agreed again to budget for 2,000. It went smoothly up to the government that was in place. Unfortunately, when my government comes in place, I say my government because I'm part and parcel of that government. I can't run away. Even if they're making mistakes, I will tell them from within the systems. So when they come in place and there is problem with posting the interns, and we go for meetings and they say they're looking 4.8 billion, then doctors go on strike, then they wake up and say, no, this is not a salary, it's a stipend. Now we are going to give you 50,000 from 100,000. Doctors, 70,000 from 200,000. You see, that kind of reduction in the payment. An intern is an employee according to the Employment Act. So you cannot reduce a benefit that an employee is getting without even communicate with that employee the reasons why you're doing that. So as a union, we said, look here, the member, when I sent that circular across the country, the feedback from the governing council was, you will not go on strike. We are not ready for the strike. We want you to continue engaging the government on the table, and issues of the internship where the circular has been given by SRC, we direct you to go to court. That's exactly what I did. We have gone to court as a union. We are challenging that circular. We want the court to declare it null and void. Because when you look at the laws even governing how a government policy comes in place, it was not followed. There was no public participation. Even members of parliament are not aware of those reductions. So from where I sit, we are playing our role the way it's supposed to be. No one knows strikes in this country better than I do.
Okay. So, I mean, you've talked about this extensively, and you said you don't join a strike because it's not like a party everybody's coming to join, right? But who asked the nurses union to join in the first place? Was there an official invitation, say, come join us in this as comrades? Who offered and said, join us?
That's the question you posed on me, and that is the question a few fellows who have been benefiting from industrial actions have been in the media. I've seen you at newspaper writing another busybody somewhere saying that because I've refused to go on strike now, they are going to host Panyako. That busybody number one is not a member of this union. He where he works, I made him the president of the National Nurses Association of Kenya. He failed terribly. Nurses removed him in Mombasa. So he's bitter. Initially, we have been going on strike. This guy, the same guy, if we look at your archives, just scroll at search Obengo. You will see what he has been doing over years. When you are on strike, he goes and say the strike is insensitive. You can't wake up and call strikes. He rushes to the ministry, asks for money. He's given money. He wants to come and count and call off the strike. You remember the other time my leadership had a serious fight with those cartels who are getting money from the ministry when you were on strike that lasted 6 months at Railways Club. It was live in all media houses, including the Standard Media, where the fellows had been given money, 300,000 to come and call off the strike. And we went and we chased them away and we took over that press conference. It became ours.
So has anyone invited you to join the strike?
No one can invite us to join a strike because the law does not allow to go for what we call a sympathetic strike.
I'm asking this question because there has been a response, and the response has been no. In order for a response to be elicited, there must have been a question or an invitation that was made. So if the answer in the public arena has been, no, we are not joining the strike, was there a request to join?
Of course, there has been public utterances made by the doctors. You remember in Mombasa, one of the branch officials of KMPDU came out clearly and said nurses have been wamewekwa kwa mfuko. Nurses have got problems and no one is explaining the problems. For example, if nurses in Mombasa, of course, have issued a strike notice for 21 days for Mombasa on the issues of promotions. If you tell me I want to issue a national strike because promotions, are we, as people have gone to school, do we understand the constitution of Kenya? We have 48 plus employers in Kenya, in government, public sector. We have state corporations, there are specific employers, different employers. We have 47 county public service boards that are employers. Then we have the Ministry of Health in terms of health, of course, under the Public Service Commission. Now, when you go for a county like Kisumu, promoted 800 health workers the other day. They are now again, they have budgeted to promote another group in the next July. Now, when you tell me I issue a national strike notice or able to go on strike because people have not been promoted, do you think nurses in Kisumu will go on that strike? It will be yours. Because they will be telling you, look here, we have no problem. So with this kind of constitutional dispensation and the kind of the administration we have in this country, issues must be handled isolatively and according to the employer. Let me ask you the issue of medical allowance, of course, medical cover. Of course, there isn't any county government that is doing very well. Even the national government, even Kenyatta National Hospital. We have many problems that were brought up by this government than anything good. They are getting more money from Kenyans, but giving literally nothing, very little. In terms of, for example, medical cover, we used to have the National Health Insurance Fund, and the President Uhuru Kenyatta introduced what they used to call Edu Afya.
Yeah.
Edu Afya was taking care of our high school children. When they fall sick, the government was covering them. Now, when this government came, it has removed Edu Afya. We used to have civil servants comprehensive medical scheme that was very good. When this government made the new act, it has removed it. Civil servants now, when they fall sick, they go to India. We have to fundraise. Now you are saying you want to do universal health coverage, but you are not. If you want to improve, you first of all protect what you have, improve on it. But then they are saying they are destroying everything that has been there.
So you have grievances.
We have grievances, but you see, not all those grievances can be resolved through strikes. For example, Parliament is the one that has caused NSSF, National Social, now it's called National Social Health Insurance Fund, not to manage any pension scheme. And that's why Edu Afya was removed. That is why the comprehensive medical scheme for civil servants was removed. So that is the issue of Parliament. If a matter of law, even if you go to the streets, you must go to Parliament to have that law changed. And that is why we urge workers in this country to ensure that they have many of their own elected to go to Parliament, so that some of these laws that are being made are not good can be corrected at the right time.
Let me go back to some issues that you've raised here. So you're saying at present, the National Union of Nurses is in negotiation with the government,
yes,
for a collective bargaining agreement. And in fact, you recently came out of a 1 week retreat between the government and the nurses to discuss this particular matter. What are the main issues that you're discussing in this new CBA? Does it include increased salary? Does it include interns and how much they get? Does it include medical cover?
Even we have a meeting today at 8. From here, I'm going straight to Afya House. And the two issues that I want them to address is now to give official communication that UHC nurses will be absorbed in June. I want that official communication. Number 2, we want to ask them to review the new circular that has been issued by SRC. Those are the two things we're doing. Then number 3, they are supposed to make a presentation to us of the CPA. Of course, I'm not supposed to be receiving the CPA. I'm supposed to receive at the level of the cabinet secretary and the PS. But because I'm there, I'll have the privilege to receive it officially. The law does not allow us to negotiate, to discuss in the media what is being negotiated before it is signed. and registered in court. But we're definitely looking at everything. The schemes of service that we have, that we participated in forming it, places nurse interns at Job Group K. So when we discuss salaries, we expect that when they got Job Group K, that's the point of entry. But there is also a problem, which we must agree. In 2014, 2016, the government came up with what they were calling internship policy. And in that internship policy is when you remember they started now saying when you finish college, the government will give you some 1 year, some 3 months to go and work on internship, and then they'll pay you something small. In that internship policy, I have to admit that a mistake was made from our side, because all unions were there. The doctors' unions were there, the nurses' union was there, all the unions in Kenya, including the teachers, including everybody. You know when something is happening, somebody will lose and somebody will gain. When it came, you look at that, it's online, the internship policy. When you look at clause 9 that deals about payment, it says as time vet will be paid. They will have 15 days leave for those going for 1 year. They will have 5 days of compassionate leave, and they will have 30 days of paid sick leave. After that, they are not paid. That was put in that policy. Now, when the new CS comes in office, he says, all right, internship, where is the policy on internship? She's given that policy on internship. She doesn't know about the schemes of services because they're not there. She says, look here, what is a stipend? I can't decide what a stipend is. So she writes to SRC. Please tell me what this stipend is. How are we supposed to pay? SRC says, oh yes, now some other quota say, no, you know these people, they've been getting a lot of money. Let us now reduce. It is a stipend, it's not salary. Then it comes back with that circular, without involving Kenyans, because our constitution protects everybody. Even you, seated here, you have the right to decide what you want that nurse to be paid in Kenya.
How much have you been getting paid before this SRC circular?
Nurse interns have been getting 105,500 shillings.
As a monthly stipend?
Yes.
Okay.
Now it has been brought to 50,000.
So from 105 to 50?
50,000.
And your complaint here is that the 50 has been done without public participation.
Exactly.
Was there public participation for the 100?
There was, because we participated as stakeholders in making the schemes of service. We have been negotiating for our salaries for all these years. You remember we've been going on strikes? We come out with a return to work formula, improving our salary and giving us some allowances.
Okay.
That is what has, before the union came in, actually, the gross salary for a degree holder in Kenya was around my first salary when I was employed in Kenyatta, it was 31,000 shillings. It went to 37. I left when my salary was 60,000. That's in Kenyatta. And remember those years, Kenyatta was the highest paying. So in government, a degree holder was getting a gross of around 42,000. It is because of the activities of this union that salary has moved from where it was to 500,000. That is what all degree holders are earning when they join the service. Yeah.
Okay. So the 105 that you were earning previously, was it documented anywhere?
Yes.
And said that this is what the intern nurses are going to be getting per month?
It is in the schemes of service.
It's there?
Yes.
So why was the cabinet secretary not aware of this?
And in fact, the Public Service Commission made a communication, because the policy on internship says that the Public Service Commission shall make a communication from time to time on what that stipend shall be. Okay. So the Public Service Commission made a communication last year and said the stipend for the degree holders will remain at Job Group K.
Okay.
So that Job Group K is not taken as employment. It's a stipend. It's a 1 year contract for internship. And so the SRC is not supposed, legally and constitutionally, supposed to issue circulars directing the Ministry of Health to pay anything. It is supposed to advise the Public Service Commission, because the Public Service Commission is the one that has the mandate to issue circulars on what should be paid.
Okay. Just to be clear, are all graduate nurses on internship at present?
Not all of them.
Why?
We have those nurses who have upgraded. Maybe they had a certificate, they did a diploma, they did a higher diploma, and now they've done a degree. Those nurses don't go for 1 year internship because they already have enough practical experience. So they only look at few areas like 3-4 months where they go and perfect the skills on the practical, and then they continue their work. Because
and then they become licensed?
Yeah. Okay. They already have, that system works well. Just even in developed countries. Sometimes you can do a degree in 1 year. That's how. It's because the prior learning is recognized. And that's what they're trying to organize in Kenya. Yeah.
So anyone who has zero experience and is graduating with a nursing degree is currently on internship.
Must go on internship.
Are they all currently on internship? Are there nurses who have not been posted?
We have those who have not been posted, but the letters are in the ministry. But you see, the letters have reduced their stipend from 500,000, 105,500 shillings to 50 shillings, 50,000 shillings. So the nurses are saying, no, we can't collect these letters. And the doctors on strike and the clinical officers on strike. But something surprising to you, clinical officers collected their letters. And they are working.
They've gone on internship.
That's why I told you, when changes happen, some people will gain, some will lose.
So what are you telling your nurses? Are you telling them to go collect their letters for 50,000 shillings?
We are going to have a meeting with the ministry today at 8 a.m. What will transpire in that ministry, the meeting for today, is what will inform me on what to advise them. But you see, even if the best thing is not to refuse to go for internship, because what you want is to get your license. Because even after 1 year, you paid that salary, that's time spent for 1 year. After that, you don't have a job. So if you continue staying outside and you're not getting experience, you're not getting license, right now, I'm telling you, several universities like Mount Kenya, University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, Masinde Muliro, the BSNs who are finishing school are all going to work in Germany. All of them. So these fellows, what they need to do, these are our young people, is to ensure they get that license, go look for the job, and they not look for jobs are looking for them outside this country.
So the encouragement is to go ahead and take on offer
as we fight for them. So but we will not fight on the street. That I can say for free.
Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 8. Seth Panyako, Secretary General, the Kenya National Union of Nurses, is our guest this morning. He's saying yes, even for intern nurses, the stipend has been reduced from 105,000 shillings to 50,000 shillings. But his advice to those young nurses is, take that stipend, go ahead. We are not joining the strike. It's not him who's saying it. He says he's been instructed not to call a strike by the National Governing Council and the National Executive Council of the Union. We'll continue this conversation shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through the heart of Africa at the Festac Africa Festival 2024. Destination Kisumu. Join us from May 20th to 26th for Africa's celebration of global culture, fashion, music, dance, and more. Immerse yourself in a week-long extravaganza featuring professionals from across the continent as we explore the theme of sustainable growth trajectory for Africa through culture, trade, travel, and tourism. Don't miss this opportunity to experience the vibrant diversity and boundless energy of Africa in just 7 days. Warua Kidala.
All right, looking at still cloudy, rainy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 23 and lows of 16. It's cloudy at 17 in Nakuru with highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 24 and a cloudy Nyeri at 17. It's 16 and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Mombasa at 26. Malindi is sunny at 27 with highs of 32, and at 21 it's cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 27. Kakamega will see highs of 27, it's currently cloudy at 18. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Kampala at 21 with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam raining this morning at 25 will go to highs of 30. In Johannesburg, it's cloudy at 14 with highs of 21, while Mogadishu is sunny at 28 with highs of 33, and Addis Ababa at 14 is sunny with highs of 24. It's clear in Lagos at 27 and clear at 24 in Kinshasa.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
All right, so still busy in most parts of the city this morning. We're seeing those spots looking a lot better. Well, then coming from Muranga Road out towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, that still continues to be busy, and we'll see that for some time this morning. Very heavy coming off the Thika Superhighway this time as well, as we're getting into traffic hour. And it's heavy traffic that's bumper to bumper all the way through beyond the Outer Ring Junction, beyond Tusker Village at the junction, and then out from the Garden City Mall area. It's also coming in heavy from that Ruiru bypass, so watch out for that. And then also we're looking at Huru Highway flowing for the first time in many days, so I guess yes, they did make that date. Let's see as it continues. Langata Road is also busy as you touch on the Huru Highway going into the city. Where are you this morning? Let us know how things are going. Finally a breather after many days of heavy traffic. Let's keep an eye on things. Be careful as the roads are slippery with the rain. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, # the Situation Room.
SpiceFM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Seth Panyako continues. He is the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses. He's here because we are seeing the doctors are on strike, clinical officers are on strike, and there's been this agitation and push and pull whether nurses should join the strike. Seth says the nurses have not been approached by anybody to join a strike. And you don't join a strike, you go on strike.
Yes.
You do your own, essentially. Well, this is interesting because a section of some of those nurses are saying that, they have taken an issue with you. Peradventure, they would want to join the strike for whatever reason because they want some of their issues addressed. And they have said clearly, and they're accusing you of neglecting their interests, and they're also threatening to exit the union. And they're saying that they will form a mass exodus from the union if you don't resign. They've said that they're dissatisfied with the leadership of the union, accusing him of using your using your position to advance personal political interests, and they've accused you of refusing to conduct union elections over the last 10 years, and essentially that you are more interested in running for Member of Parliament. That's what they've said, and they've registered their dissatisfaction over some of these things.
I like the way the media make some people look prominent when they are nothing. When you look at that guy called Obengo, he has never been a member of this union. He's a guy, when in 2012, when he went on strike looking for this union to be registered, when you go to your archives, because internet never forgets, you will find him saying the strike is insensitive, people should go back to work, Panyako and team should be arrested, and he instigated for nurses to be arrested in Nyeri. About 38 nurses when we were going on that strike. He has always wanted us to go on strike so that he runs to the government to counter us. When we are not going on strike, he says go on strike. So he wants to gain some popularity. I don't want to discuss him because it's an issue. I told you earlier that I met him, the president of the National Nursing Association of Kenya.
Discuss the issues.
Okay, so
one of the issues being raised here is that this union has not held elections in 10 years.
First we must know who is talking about it. Are they members? I've told you Obengo is not a member.
Okay, so let's look at the issue.
That's number one.
Held?
First, we must know who is talking.
Okay.
You must be a member. I cannot go to Uganda and tell Ugandan people you never elected Museveni. I'm not a Ugandan. Okay. I'm a Kenyan. I can only talk about the Kenyan government.
All right.
You must talk about a government where you are a citizen.
Okay.
So in this case, a union is an association of members who have joined voluntarily. This person speaking is not a member. He's even cheating the media that they are in a meeting somewhere, and he is alone. He has been elected. He is alone. Now let's come to the election. Again, that was a misquote for the nation people, for somebody, the nation media. I told that person there is no need for us to discuss the issues of election at the moment, because elections will come in 2026. That simple English cannot translate saying that we have not conducted election for the last 10 years. That's a stupid way of thinking.
When did you last
elections happened in 2022. I was elected. Not 2022, 2021. Because it happens 1 year before the general election. Because every union must conduct election every 5 years. And if you have any conflict or you don't agree with the elections, under Section 34 of the Labor Relations Act, you move to court. And of course, he did not move to court because he's not a member. He did not contest. Those who had dispute went to court. The court dismissed those claims they took to court on the elections. And we were properly in office. You cannot be a leader of a union if you have not been elected after 5 years. That is the law. So for somebody to come and say somebody does not conduct elections the last 10 years, that is mediocre. That's mediocrity.
So the next election is 2026. And you're currently
February,
in office.
To be very specific, on 26th. My term will expire.
Okay. For some of the issues that you've mentioned that have been brought before the ministry, those are also issues that have been raised here. You've talked about how there's agitation and activating some of those things. For the meeting that you'll have this morning later, there also is word that there's not been enough in terms of negotiation with the ministry, that there has not been rather visible engagement where it comes to the establishment or the following of the CBA, which you mentioned this morning.
I just want to say
what we want to do is to look at those issues and say, are they actually issues that have been on the negotiating table for some time, and who's responsible for pushing them?
I've told you that one of the reasons why nurses have been very clear they don't want a strike is for them to have their CBA. It's not that we don't have CPS in government. We have CPS. But the main CPA is the one that covers the main government. In this aspect is the national government and the county government. A county like Bungoma, we finished a CPA about 2 years ago. Of course, the SRC came with shenanigans, pushing out center, left, right. We are still in court. The court has said we go now and iron out a few things because, of course, 2 years things have changed. We are now redoing it so that it can be registered. Counties like Tharaka-Nithi, CPS have been completed. Makueni, Migori, so many counties have finished. But this has been our problem for the last very many years since the union was established. We have 3 CPS at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. The one for Kenyatta, I saw it published on one of the newspapers. I don't know whether it was National Standard. I don't know who did that. Because, that one is signed but not registered. Because we cannot also not publish until it's registered. But I saw the whole CPA in the newspaper. So when they saw that is when now they started talking now. They are saying now, what is in this CPA? We can do better. How will you do better and you are not a leader of anything? How can a chicken say I'm going to negotiate for dogs? You are not a chick, you are not a dog, you have no powers. You can negotiate for dogs. So as nurses, we are nurses. If you're not the leader of the nurses, you cannot purport to want to negotiate for them. You must be a leader first. The only thing I can advise that one person who's purporting to be many is that let him join the union at Kenyatta National Hospital where he works. Let him join the branch leadership. Let him learn, but he has never learned. Let him learn. 2026, let him come and contest. If he beats me, I'll walk away. Simple like that. So I am happy even to tell you as we are talking now, the ministry, I wrote them a letter, and they have already said there is a letter they have produced on 2nd April 2024, where they're saying now all UHC now committed. Even the meeting for 8 is already over for me.
So
because
all
there is a
UHC
commitment
nurses will
here
be absorbed.
that UHC nurses will be absorbed.
When?
It is June. It is here. The letter is here. Maybe I'll send it to you. It is here. You can see it. Second. So see, the meeting now for 8 is just to confirm this letter. It's already done. So you are telling me I'm not working. Going on strike does not mean you're working. You must use your brain sometimes. You know, even we used to be told that the man who fights most in the classroom is the most stupid one. You know, you must sometimes be able to sit on the table, negotiate, and come. And if you see that negotiations are working out, why do I have to put the lives of Kenyans at risk when I know I can achieve these things on the table?
So tell us about the nurses. So the UHC nurses are going to be absorbed. Please explain what that means for those who don't understand.
It means they are going to move from the contract they have been having, which we have been complaining, we have been saying that dubious contract. Because under the Employment Act and the International Labour Organization Convention on fair labor practices, it requires that work of equal value should attract equal remuneration. Here you have employed somebody you are calling a contract person and you are paying 40,000, and an equivalent is earning over 100,000. This is somebody who has a family. He has rent to pay. He has transport. You can see even in the letter, the ministry, the government is expressing its pain that it can no longer allow these people to continue working on contract. It shows me that this government is caring. I'll send you that letter. If you read the strong words used in this letter, you'll agree with me that I have no reason to go on strike. I've never seen government committing the way they've committed here.
Currently, who's paying them?
It's national government.
So they're employees of the national government?
Yes.
Where are they posted?
County government, under the capacity building.
So they will be absorbed by the national government and still to be posted to the counties.
What will happen is that the national government has an option under the capacity building, because health is not a devolved function, as people say. It's a shared function.
Is it?
Yes, it's a shared function. The national government, shared means we have the national health facilities, still the national government, and policy. Then we have the aspect of capacity building, where the national government has the mandate to do capacity building, any county or all the counties where they feel there's a shortage. So they can decide to employ them and remain at the national government, or they employ them and transfer them to the county government with the resources. The problem has been transferring of health services to the county government without adequate resources. So if they are going to employ these nurses, these health workers, and they're going to go to the county government, the national government will place money on the budget and specifically tell them these health workers are coming, this is their budget, take them, and this is their money.
How many nurses are we talking about?
About 2,800.
2,800 nurses employed by the national government,
yes,
deployed to county facilities.
Yes.
But they can be transferred at any moment by the national government.
No. They cannot be transferred, because once they have gone to a particular county government, the county government will be responsible for transferring them. They cannot move from one county government to another county government unless specific arrangements have been made. Because when we do that, we will go back to the old years, where you'll be employed today, you are taken to Garissa for 1 month, you make your plans, you go back to where you want, and Garissa does not have nurses. That thing has been resolved, and that is why we are now having equality in terms of public sector. We don't have some Garissa, Mandera, where we don't have health workers, and the other areas are overstaffed. Devolution has brought some good things for some people. Some procedures have been done in areas where they had never seen before independence. Like Mandera, they did their first cesarean section after devolution. If you go there and you say devolution is bad, those people will kill you, because they have seen the fruits of devolution. But there are very many challenges I'm talking today. As we are talking today, more than half of county governments have not paid salary for March. They have no money. I'm telling you, things are worse. And that's why I said, this government of mine is collecting more from Kenyans, but giving very little back to the Kenyans. If you can't even pay salaries alone, what services are you giving as a government?
You just said it understands.
No, I have from the letter in terms of the UHC. But if you employ them and you don't pay them, right now they are not being paid. The counties, more than half. I asked yesterday to get statistics of exactly how many have not paid. But I can mention a few. Kajiado has not paid. Kiambu has not paid.
For how many months?
For March. For March salary. Okay. But for statutory deduction, third-party deduction and loans, they have not paid for the last 6 months. The national government has not remitted money to public servant superannuation scheme for 6 months. You saw it. That means they are deducting your money, but you are not assured when you retire you'll have pension.
But for some reason, you seem to be convinced that then they will be able to sort out the issues concerning nurses.
You see, there are certain issues. I've told you not all the issues. I've been on strikes, and you know that. But we don't have to go on strike because somebody else has gone on strike. But that doesn't mean there are no issues. There are issues, but those issues are being resolved. For example, the issue of medical cover. It's something that it is specific to specific county governments. You cannot have a national strike on a medical cover thing, because this is a devolved government, unless we don't know unless we don't understand as health workers, because county government of Kiambu will not do the same thing like the county government of Mombasa. So how we handle Mombasa cannot be the way we will handle Kiambu. So you cannot have a national strike on something like medical cover. It must be individualized. And that individualized, if it happens that all the counties have issues, then you shall strike notice. Then all of them go strike at once. It will still be a national strike, but called individually.
Are you negotiating 48 different CBAs when it comes to medical cover?
Yes. Not cover the CBA. In fact, the agreement was that we finish the national CBA that we are finishing, then it will apply to all county government. The Council of Governors had agreed. But I've seen through this strike that's ongoing now, they are saying, no, now everybody negotiate with your own. That's why we had stopped negotiations that were going on individual county governments, because the ministry had said they have agreed with the COG that once we complete the CBA at national, it will be now domesticated to all 47 county governments. But now you heard the other day where Iguru saying, no, Governor Iguru saying, no, everybody should go and deal with your own doctors, deal with your own nurses, deal with your own health workers. It now goes back. It's extremely expensive for us to negotiate strike 48 plus CBS. It's not a joke, but that's our work. We'll do it.
What would you rather? You'd rather negotiate one?
We'd rather negotiate one, then we
If it is one uniform that says, in terms of medical cover, we shall have a comprehensive medical cover that has a certain number of elements, these basics, that can be one national policy, a national CBA, isn't it?
Remember, social protection is a national function.
Right.
It's not a devolved function. What are the components of social protection? One of them is health. Another one is like they call it pension. We call it pension or the stimped, like for the elderly kid, the 65 and above. Those are the forms of social protection: housing, water. So you cannot leave an aspect of social protection to devolved units. And that's why we are saying the dismantling of the National Health Insurance Fund and introduction of the National Social Health Insurance Fund, minus the right of that National Social Health Insurance Fund to manage medical schemes, has killed has taken away the greatest aspect of universal health coverage. Now we, the providers of that services, are not getting it. We have gone back to the days of doing harambes to get money to pay for medical bills. These are the kind of things that we're saying we need to have a proper conversation, wider conversation. Even Parliament must be involved, because Parliament is the one that makes laws. It is the one that's supposed to amend to allow NSHIF now to be able to manage the two schemes it has been managing for Kenyans. If you go on the street, Parliament will not listen to you. Petition Parliament. Let it refuse. Then we can agree as all Kenyans. It cannot be doctors. It cannot be nurses. It must be all public servants coming together and saying it is time for us to fight for our right. We go out. We paralyze everywhere, including State House. But you cannot go alone as a nurse to fight for something that's cutting across public sector.
So then what you've just said would give credence to the belief, whether it is established by public or those who may have made an invitation to you to say, come and join us, because the problems that you've mentioned right now and those that doctors have mentioned, clinical officers have mentioned, they're homogenous. You've just said now that then there is some kind of strength when there's a unified force to fight for the issues that are similar across board. So the question would be, is there a time when it is right for that coming together to happen? Or at a time when you realize that the problems that you all face, that everybody faces, are the same? You've just said coming together to fight for those things, which essentially would then make sense if an invitation then was said, come and join us, because we are fighting for the same things.
There can be no invitation inviting anyone to join a strike.
But you've just said...
There can be only a collective action where we come together. In fact, as such nationwide strike, addressing an issue that cuts across public sector, it must rob in KOTU, because we are a member of KOTU.
So let's change the wording a little bit then, all right?
Yes. Yes.
Nobody's saying come and join the strike. If then it were to be that across board, let's have some kind of collective action whereby the things that we are insisting on, the things that we are saying, do this in order for us to deliver in terms of our job, a unified collective action across sector. Is that something then you are saying? Absolutely yes. We should all come together and fight for those things.
Of course, yes. Why are they not talking about Kudea? Kudea has got nurses, has got also clinical officers, it has other health workers. Why are they talking about nurses union? Why are they not talking about the teachers union? The issue of health cuts across everybody. Why are they talking about nurses? Because they know we are powerful. And when we go on strike, we don't call anyone to join us. We go, we paralyze, we close hospitals, we put padlocks, and we go away. And we don't call anyone to join us. We know how to fight our battles. So anyone, when you choose your battles, choose them carefully.
So as far as you're concerned right now, you are in good and talking terms with government.
True.
You're negotiating.
True.
Those negotiations are going on.
And the fruits you have seen in fruits. There is already a commitment.
There's a letter that you've just read for us there that says that nurses are now going to be absorbed.
Not nurses, all the
UHC nurses are going to be absorbed.
No, not nurses. UHC health workers. All of them, about 8,000.
UHC health workers?
Yes, about 8,000.
Are going to be absorbed come June?
Yes.
Okay. What do you tell the doctors who are on strike?
First, I want to tell them going on strike is a right. It's covered in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 41. Every worker has the right to form, join, and participate in activities and programs of trade union and to go on strike. So they are rightfully exercising their constitutional right.
Okay.
And as they exercise their constitutional right, I cannot advise them on what to do because I am a general secretary of the Kenya Nurses Union. And all I want is to ask the government to make sure a solution is found. The doctors go back to our hospitals. Our people are suffering. Nurses cannot work alone. It will be a lie to tell that hospitals can run without doctors. That's a lie. Nurses cannot work alone, just the way doctors cannot work alone. So the faster we resolve this issue of the doctors, the better. For us, we'll continue to negotiate with the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
The national government has come up with its offer. It has said, okay, so for graduate doctors who are seeking further studies here, you can go for your postgraduate studies, and we are committing to foot that. For salary arrears, we are committing to address that. For intern doctors, we are committing to we have the letters ready, only that we cannot pay you the 100 and 200 that you want. We'll pay you, how much is it that they're offering? 70,000. The president has said twice now in a row, we must live within our means. Hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa.
Unajua, I've told you, tuko kwa meza. Na I would say much. We have already made some ground on that aspect. There is an agreement within government quarters that that money is little. And there is a feeling that you had the CSA yesterday. She was very catchy in her words, but she was very clear. She said, we continue discussing this money if we can get more. What is that? If a government official doesn't just speak, there is something cooking somewhere. We are saying, okay, look here, if that's what you say, as a union, we want to negotiate for people. Let this 50,000 be the one someone is taking home. Now, load in all the taxes. Let it go to 80 or whatever it is. But when you cut, let this person go home with 50,000. Because if you tax 50,000, what are you going to go home with? How will you pay rent? You know, you are working. I can tell you for free, interns run our hospitals. If you go to any hospital, even Kenyatta National Hospital, if you go there, especially at night, the guys you'll get are intern doctors. At night. I know. I'm a health worker. I've worked with doctors. I know what happens there.
Yeah.
So we cannot wish these interns away. They are students, but they do you remember Sakaja? Before they went on strike, he said, give me doctors. I want a place for the internship. Why was he saying that? Because there's a shortage. He wants to cover that shortage using the interns, which means that the people working, if they are not there, there's a serious shortage.
Yeah. But when it comes to nurses, Seth Panyako, the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses, is prepared to see a drop from the 105 stipend for intern nurses to 50 net for intern nurses.
I'm saying when you are negotiating, the government has already said this is what we're giving. We have gone to court to have that circular cancelled. If the circular is cancelled, there will be no negotiations. But you remember, I don't know how to discuss matters which are in court. Don't know how to say how the court will rule the other way or the other way. But if it comes in our favor, there will be no negotiations because court orders must be
What are you prepared to take? That's the question is, are you prepared to take the 50,000 shilling?
I cannot discuss what we are going to sit down and discuss.
What are you prepared to take, Seth? I'm not asking what you're going to discuss.
I've told you in a negotiation, there is what we call give and take. You have given me this. Oh yes, you are saying the economies are not bad. But let us now reason on, as a Kenyan, give me a budget for this money. We start from there. You don't go say, no, you see it is 105. Some people are getting 105. You went there, you say no. You went there and said you are putting a stimbet in the internship policy. And that's how we messed up. I can tell you for free, we messed up. It should have been a stipend pegged at job group K for nurses, L for doctors. There will be no these problems. But now when you open, you give the government an open check. Now the government wakes up and say, even they can come next year and say, stamp it is 20,000 shillings. Because there's nothing. The policy does not state clearly where is the entry point.
Seth Panyako, Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses, has been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Health PS Mary Muthoni has called on the striking doctors to go back to work, saying patients are suffering because they are unable to access essential healthcare services. Muthoni says street protest will not provide a solution to the doctors' grievances, urging them to go back to the negotiating table for the good of the common Kenyan. These are the healthcare workers who were hired by the government under the Universal Healthcare Program, vowed to continue with industrial action until that time that their demands are met. Gibore George is the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers Secretary General and told of President William Ruto for stating that the health workers' demands are unrealistic because the country is struggling with a huge wage bill.
We have been patient for so long, and we are asking for any additional money. We are asking for what approved in 2017, and it has not been implemented. And we want to tell Kenyans that there is no healthcare worker who is striking because they want an increment in their payment. We want more staff because we want our public facility to function properly. Because every time healthcare workers are speaking, they say that we are biased. We are not biased. It cannot be too much to ask in a country where we have uploaded representation in parliament, we have uploaded representation in senate, and we still have much representation at the county assembly.
The clinical officers say that the strike is on.
We are in a fully protected strike. We are here because we are protesting the situation in our health facilities, that we want the government to employ more staff to ensure that our facility have staff who can serve Kenyan. We want the government to harmonize terms of employment, putting those who are on contract, like our members who have been serving this country since COVID-19, the UHC staff, to be put on permanent and pensionable.
Now, the Kenya National Highways Authority has closed a section of the Nairobi-Garissa A3 road due to flooding in the Mororo area between Madogo and Tana River Bridge. The flooding has been attributed to the ongoing rains that are pounding several parts of the country. Kenya, which urged motorists to seek alternative routes, said the road would remain closed until the waters recede and the damage to the section is repaired. And the government has released over 2 billion shillings for March payment to beneficiaries of the Inua Jamii program. Principal Secretary for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs Joseph Motari said a further 4.9 million shillings was disbursed for the nutrition improvement through cash and health education complementary program. Payments will commence and that beneficiaries will receive through the M-Pesa mobile banking platform. The Inua Jamii program supports vulnerable members of the community by providing them with a stipend to cushion them from poverty and hunger. The program benefits over 1.2 million orphans and vulnerable children, citizens aged over 70 and persons with severe disabilities. A suspect who spread false information alleging a woman had defrauded Kilifi Governor Gideon Mung'aro of 200 million shillings was arraigned in Mombasa. Jimmy Charles Mureithi appeared before Senior Resident Magistrate David Odhiambo to answer charges of publishing false information which violates Section 23 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act of 2018. He is accused of spreading rumors about the Kilifi County boss losing millions to the complainant Lois McKenna, who had filed a lawsuit against him. According to the prosecution, Mureithi, using the Facebook alias Mureithi Walusi, purposefully posted false information alleging that McKenna had defrauded Governor Mung'aro, thereby harming her reputation. Still, the corridors of justice and disc jockey Joseph Mwenda, also known as DJ John Falme, has been released from remand in the ongoing murder case of Directorate of Criminal Investigations Officer Felix Kelian. In a ruling, the court stated that Mwenda and 5 co-accused, including 3 police officers, shall be state witnesses. The other co-accused are Eric Kariuki Gathua, Simon Wambugu Wanjiru, Khadija Abdiwako, Sami Cheriot Rotich, and Agnes Kerubo Mogaire. They have all been in remand as police concluded investigations into the matter. The Director of Public Prosecutions, in a letter dated April 5th, 2024, directed that Alan Ochieng, also known as Haibalo, who was one of the assault of Kelian, which is alleged to have caused his death, will now be charged with murder. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants tax. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Bello, Ninter, Yeninter, you Makati Kadikta. You know this character called a liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It's a few minutes after 8 o'clock, 6 minutes after 8, and we're looking at what's happening on the streets this morning. There's heavy traffic on Langata Road, and it's getting out towards Uhuru Highway. Also, what's happening coming off of Thika Superhighway, where traffic has been busy all morning, coming in heavy through towards Survey. But then you'll find getting onto Muranga Road, it's going to be heavy as you come in towards the Globe Cinema roundabout. And then Uhuru Highway. It's been a few days since you've been able to experience traveling on Uhuru Highway, and that's back. Folks are being a little bit cautious, but we're fine. On Jogo Road, there's traffic getting out towards Landis, and it's heavy, touching on Haile Selassie here and there. Uhuru Highway busy. Like I said, Langata Road is doing the business. Rilo Dinga Way will take away some of that traffic, going out towards the City Mortuary roundabouts, and then out towards Ngong Road at Community. We're in traffic hour. It's proper. Let's see what happens. The rains are still coming down, so please be careful as you traverse these streets. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way.
Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Radio Garden, on all your online radio platforms, wherever. Also on podcast, standardmedia.co.ke. My friend, when we say we broadcast from Nairobi to the world, we mean exactly that. What's the plan? The plan is for you to have a plan for your life and for your future. And I see a lion as telling you, look, come and talk to us. Why?
Because what do you want to do? Usually when we talk about a plan about your future, you're asking yourself, okay, so maybe when I'm that age, I will start to do 1, 2, 3. Well, look, you could have a plan, and it doesn't necessarily have to be about investment or saving. What do you want to do futurely? And so maybe you can start to put a little away every now and then to make sure that your plans can come to be reality. So ICA says, come on down, let's have a conversation. Let's sit and talk about it, and let's figure out how you can actually activate your plan and make it a reality. It's plan.co.ke.
Plan.ice.co.ke.
Go down, have a conversation with them, send an email, phone call, and they can say, look, okay, come in, let's have a talk, and activate your plan.
We'll sort you out. The future doesn't have to be 60 years from today. The future can even be 6 hours from today, from now, okay? Whatever the plan is, whatever the plan for your future is, let's talk about it. It's all about investment. So let's bring in a conversation about investment. The real estate sector in Kenya, where, my friend, it's turned on the afterburners, and it's also burning straight and bright in the East African region, right? So we have two experts on real estate who are joining us for a conversation now. Mark Danford is the CEO of Knight Frank Kenya, and Raghav Gandhi is the CEO of Africa Logistics Properties. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seats of the situation room. We call that the hot seat. The one you're sitting on, Raghav and Mark. That's a sub-hot seat.
Sub-hot seat.
Yeah.
That's why they moved him.
Warm seat.
It's
a warm seat. That's the warm seat. Yours is a hot one. How does it feel?
It feels warm.
So Marx must be feeling cold. Don't worry. We'll up the temperatures a little bit. Welcome to our conversation. We want to understand what's happening in the real estate sector in the country and in East Africa in general. As we prepare for next week, there's going to be a conference, the East African Property Investment Conference and Summit, and you'll tell us all about it as well. But to welcome you to this conversation, a colleague who usually sits where you see Mark seated right now is CT Muga, our co-host. He's not in today. And every week, Mark goes to one African, CT goes to one African country. You see, I'm just substituting Mark and CT.
Gladly.
Didn't even take
I've got a face for radio.
Yeah. So CT goes to one African country, and then he brings us proverbs from that country. This week, the proverbs are from the Kingdom of Morocco. And today's proverb is, I want you to listen to it, and then you'll give us your interpretation of that proverb. Show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. Show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. Raghav, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
That's a good one. I guess the way I read it is, I think in life it's not rare to make mistakes, right? But it's the ability to learn from those mistakes and then take things forward, right? But if you're incapable of seeing the mistakes that one has made and then learning from them, then I guess you just move on and don't, kind of bother with that person again.
You should be left alone.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Mark, what's your interpretation?
Yeah, mine was along the same lines, but maybe slightly less politically correct, so I'll probably keep it to myself. But if somebody's not willing to listen and learn, sometimes you have to draw a line and move on. Yeah.
Dump them.
That would be the politically incorrect.
That was still better than mine.
It was still better.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so let's first get to understand the two organizations that you work for. Okay, we've heard of Knight Frank Kenya. We've even interviewed a former CEO
My
of
predecessor.
Knight Frank. So you'll tell us about Knight Frank. Let's start with you.
Sure. So we are the largest privately owned real estate advisory firm in the world. We're 127 years old now, I think, 2024. Mm-hmm. In Kenya, we're now heading into our 26th year of existence. So we've been around quite a long time in Kenya, but a very long time in Africa, more than 50 years on the continent. We have offices in 11 countries in Africa, and we tend to do everything to support owners, developers, investors in the real estate space from A to Z in the life cycle of an asset. So if you're thinking about doing something with a plot of land, all the way through to selling whatever you develop on that plot of land, and or if you have a portfolio and you need some advice on it, how to restructure it, which assets to exit, which ones to invest in, etc., we kind of do everything from A to Z, and that's across all real estate assets. So from residential through to the larger commercial stuff like Raghav's industrial piece, we kind of cover it all. We're big in Kenya. We have the biggest operation in Africa based here in Nairobi. Our head office is in Lion Place, and we've got a really diverse, very young, very energetic, very bright team. I was really excited to take over from my predecessor. We're 100% Kenyan, which I'm really proud of as well. And it's just so positive to see the young, smart Kenyans we have in the team, fulfilling their potential. It's really exciting.
I presume that for you to offer the advisory services that you offer, then you must also do a lot of research and listening to the ground and having your finger on the pulse constantly.
We do. We're fortunate that we work with most of the major players in the real estate market in East Africa and Africa as a whole. So we constantly have our finger on the pulse by virtue of doing that. We also obviously have a research function and a strategic advisory function within the team. So, we're constantly keeping our finger on the pulse, releasing reports. We actually have an exciting one coming up soon, which is an add-on to our global wealth report. We've done a Kenyan version of that for the first time ever this year, which has insights into what's happening with the wealthy in this part of the world and what they're doing with their money. It's going to be out pretty soon. It's very exciting.
You're going to be telling us who the wealthiest people are?
No, we well, you're on that list, so we don't want to embarrass you publicly.
Don't tell KRA.
Don't tell KRA. No, definitely not at the moment.
Okay, Raghav, what is your organization, East Africa Logistics Properties?
It's just Africa Logistics Properties.
Okay, it's Africa Logistics, actually. Yeah, bring you down to East.
No, because we want to be continental, not just regional. So Africa Logistics Properties is a developer of institutional grade industrial real estate. Industrial real estate is focused on warehousing, distribution centers. It even branches out to products such as data centers as well. So what we are trying to achieve out here is really upscale the level of offering that you typically see in the local market, in that space, because we appreciate or we realize the value addition that good quality industrial real estate can bring to a company's supply chain or their manufacturing capabilities or their agricultural processing needs. And with that, it comes with appropriate fire safety measures. The way that we design our buildings ensures that we're able to improve the operational processes of such companies. Typically, historically, and this is not just in Kenya, you see it, globally, there has been an evolution of industrial real estate. Historically, I would say that companies were dealing with storage facilities, which were pretty bare bones, pretty basic. I would say kind of what we refer to as go-downs or
just go-downs
or sheds, right? But if you look at even the developed economies, what you'll notice is that there's been this consistent and gradual enhancement of what that looks like. And that's what we're trying to replicate out here. We've got two industrial parks currently. One is in Tatu City, which is a special economic zone, and then the other is Tilisi, which is a large master plan community out west Nairobi. So we've got two parks. We've got about 70,000 square meters of built-up space. We've got a number of high-quality clients who appreciate what we do. And we're looking to do a lot more, not just in Nairobi, but across East Africa.
If we were to look at the state of real estate, if we look across the country, over the last decade, there's a lot of speculation in terms of, everybody was, getting into, whether it was on a business front or whether it was on an individual personal front, that a lot of folks were then getting into purchasing of real estate. It's interesting that you mention that now we're seeing a higher uptake of real estate for purpose, for business. Do we see that there is even more over time? We had said, I remember having a conversation a few years ago, and Eric said, no, that bubble is not going to burst, that people are going to continue to purchase. And we said, look, people are going to run up because we're seeing high inflation. We're seeing, crazy interest rates. People can't afford to buy. Very rarely do people have cash to then go. People have to take a facility from the bank. The rates are through the roof. It's crazy. But do we still see that there is uptake? Essentially, what's the state?
I think, the way I look at it, and Mark might be able to add a bit more later on, but the way I look at it is that there's going to be space for both individual investing in real estate and institutional investing in real estate. I do think that as an economy matures, you will see more of the latter, more of institutions coming in, investors, who are looking to take up more kind of large-scale, higher-grade quality investing. I don't think you'll ever be able to get away from individuals, investing in real estate. There's a cultural element to it here. We feel that real estate is more. We feel more protected when our money is locked into real estate. Typically, yes, there has been an element of speculation. I think we've seen in the last 3-4 years. It's been volatile, right? It's not necessarily been an upward trajectory as it probably was a few years further back. But when there is that cultural tendency towards real estate, you will find folks, investing in apartments, villas, houses. Of course, I think what we need to do as a sector is ensure that we are developing appropriate real estate for what is affordable, to your point, that you made earlier. And that's something we can elaborate on. But, I don't think that's going to go away. I am fairly positive that I think going forward, you are going to see a lot more institutional interest in real estate. And I think that helps because that will mean that the quality of real estate that is developed should go up because institutions require a certain level of quality. They're not looking at it as, hey, I just want to put my money to keep it safe. They're saying, if I'm going to invest, I want to make a return. And if they have to make a return, they have to be investing in good quality real estate.
So they have to optimize on their return.
Yeah.
Mark, so what's the trend been like in terms of the region attracting that institutional investor into real estate?
So I'll answer that and I'll also add on to what Raghav said. Raghav's 100% right. And this is, we're very much in sub-Saharan Africa, we're very much an emerging market. And if you look at how markets have emerged and further ahead on the life cycle, you have the South Africas and the Middle East, for example. So historically, those were private investors who would develop real estate assets either for a need. So if they were manufacturing, they built the factories, or if they were, if they needed warehousing for agriculture, they would build those warehouses. What's happening in developed markets and what's happening in markets like Nairobi as it develops is that we're seeing more and more institutional capital coming in and trying to institutionalize the asset quality. So an ALP, for example, is a great example. What you guys are doing is fantastic for the market because it's creating assets that are investment grade. So international money won't come in here and buy a bunch of go-downs that are sublet to 50 different Kenyan tenants that have different lease lengths that are all spending money in shillings and paying rent in shillings with what's going on with the volatility of the currency. Whereas they will come in and say, oh, you've got a massive warehouse that's let to XYZ global tenant that's paying in Forex, that has 10 years left on the term. We might buy that, right? One step further, that's still too small. So a lot of the big institutional capital looking at Africa is saying, we want to come to Africa, we want to spend money in Africa. We're starting to understand the risks of the continent, or perceived risks of the continent. There's not a lot going on in the developed markets of the world, given, the turmoil, both macroeconomic and, politically instability around the world. So they're saying Africa is quite an interesting return opportunity for us, but we just don't have the scale, right? We don't want to go and own one supermarket in Nairobi if we're this massive billion-dollar fund, right? Multi-billion-dollar fund. We want to have 50 supermarkets spread across 20 countries in Africa. That then is a sizable portfolio. And so we're at the beginning of that journey where we're now seeing Nairobi is really the first market in sub-Sahara, I believe, outside of South Africa, of course, that's a big caveat, that has developed from a real estate perspective. So we have, grade A office, we have very high-end residential, we have high-end retail, we have high-end industrial logistics, we have high-end hotels. And by high-end, I don't mean 5-star, I just mean like international quality assets. A lot of what goes on at the airport, for example, those hotels are very nice, and they'd be welcome at any airport around the world. So now that we've kind of hit that, yes, we have international quality assets, now we're starting to see this kind of cycle of investment, peaks and troughs of occupancy, peaks and troughs of interest, but we now need to scale it up and make it a bit more uniform. Of course, that's going to affect the local owners, the individuals who own the older stock. We can talk about that in the office space, but the older stock is going to get affected by the newer stock coming in. It's international tenants, international occupiers prefer green buildings, they prefer efficient buildings, so on and so forth. So it's we're heading in the right direction. We're still a long way behind some of the other markets, but people like ALP are doing a great job. And events like the one next week, EAPI really is super busy. It's getting busier and busier every year. There's a couple other events out there that are also getting busier and busier, and it just shows the level of interest of international money to come in and Pan-African money to come into East Africa.
So next week's event is the East Africa Property Investment Summit. That brings together, people like yourselves, people in the financial services sector, and the big money also coming in and looking into the areas to invest. What is this money looking for, Mark?
Yeah, so it's looking for opportunities, right? So interest rates are high in this part of the world, but that, and inflation is pretty high, but that also means that, there's an opportunity to grow your money here. We're also seeing the economy is growing, right? This is a growth economy. We have a growing middle class. There's a lot of opportunity in e-commerce and some of the alternative asset classes. So that money's looking for opportunities to grow potentially quicker than it would if it was just parked in a bank somewhere overseas. And they're looking for partnerships, right? Because when you're entering a new scary market, like Africa, let's say you're a big Asian fund or you're a big American fund and you're coming to Africa, it's a scary place, right, on paper. So they want to come meet people like Raghav, meet some of our other clients and say, can we do business with these people? And hopefully, with the security of knowing that firms like myself at Knight Frank are working with these people and have vetted these people, that they're a reliable option to partner with and help grow.
And where is the money coming from?
All over.
So, the money is in one big pot called one institution. But where's the money gotten into?
It's multiple institutions, and it's different kinds of institutions. There's money that comes in the form of debt, so borrowing. We've seen a lot of money come in from Mauritius over the last few years. Local banks are obviously still lending. There's money that comes in from Europe. historically, the UK and Europe was a big source of money for this part of the world, development finance organizations. But the Middle East, obviously, is very interested in this part of the world. We've seen a huge boom in the Middle East over the last few years, but now assets are becoming expensive. It's expensive to borrow in the UAE. It's expensive to borrow in the Middle East, and it's also expensive to buy in the Middle East. If you look at what's happened to house prices alone, let alone industrial prices across the Middle East, they've gone through the roof. So instead of spending all that money there, you go somewhere. It's a bit like on a micro level locally. If you go to the same restaurant over and over and they put their prices up and up and up, and then you realize, hang on, around the corner I can get pretty much the same thing at a much cheaper price. Why would I continue to go to that restaurant? Right? It's a similar type idea from an economics perspective.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Let's look at economies of nations. And if we're looking at Africa, that was one thing they said, look, you wanting to go across the continent. How do economies, rather the situation or the functions of an economy then, affect the real estate sector? If you have a flailing economy, or if you have a, potentially, well-performing economy, how does that affect this particular sector? What would we see, or what have you seen in different markets?
So I look at real estate very much as, let's call it, with many economies you will find that they say that construction is one of the main drivers of the economy, right? One of the main growth contributors to an economy. But I actually see real estate more as a part enabler and part byproduct, or an output of how well the economy does, right? Because the fact is that an economy is driven by sectors. In the case of, like, let's say for Kenya, you've got agriculture, you've got tourism, you've got a little bit of manufacturing. The services component of the economy is something that there is quite a bit of focus on, particularly with technology enablement as well. For all that to flourish, you need to have good real estate, and that's what I mean by that enablement, right? You need to have the right office space where companies can work out of, right? Good quality office space. You need to have good homes, but sufficient homes as well, right? So that when you're trying to attract people, let's say, from urban areas to come to Nairobi, because that's one of the main economic centers for the country, or even from another country into Kenya, you need to have sufficient homes so that they can live, right? You don't want them to be out on the streets and trying to kind of make ends meet. So to me, that's what I mean by the enablement. Without good real estate being available, you're not going to be able to attract people, right? You're not going to want to live in a place where you're not going to find the right housing for yourself. But then, what I mean by kind of an output, I guess, is that the more real estate then that is required means that you're going to need to have more purchasing of materials. You're going to need more inputs to be put into those houses, like furniture. Construction is going to be required, and so it in a way becomes kind of a self-perpetuating cycle. Right.
There's something else that you're not mentioning. So all this real estate then that needs to be good and good quality and high grade needs to be serviced.
Right.
It needs to have good access roads. It needs to have power. It needs to have water availability. You need to have all these things working.
Yes.
Okay, what part does that play? That's government, isn't it?
Infrastructure is usually a government play. And of course, I think what you're finding increasingly is that there are models, investment frameworks where, the government can partner with private companies in order to also be able to provide infrastructure. I mean, one example is what you see right outside, which is the expressway, right, which was a public-private partnership. But I do think that it is appropriate for governments to provide that framework that entices and attracts private companies to want to take on such initiatives. Do I think that's necessarily always the case? I'm not sure. But of course, you're 100% right. Without that physical infrastructure, you are going to have a limitation on how much an economy can grow and how much real estate can be provided, right? Because without the access to good quality roads, to utilities, developers are going to be like, well, I can't build there because there's no access to that site. Right? And so that is always a consideration as well.
Let's take a break, continue the conversation shortly. Our guests this morning, Mark Dunford, he's the CEO of Knight Frank Kenya, and Raghav Gandhi is the CEO of Africa Logistics Properties. We are talking about East African real estate sector, how it's attracting international investors and even local investors. There's big money flowing into the real estate sector. But then in Kenya, when you think real estate, you think plots, we think houses, but it's bigger than that, as we've just heard this morning. There's logistics parks like what ALP is doing. There's hospitality. There's a grade A office space. There's commercial, rental, big commercial spaces. All of that. We'll continue this conversation shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through the heart of Africa at the Festac Africa Festival 2024. Destination Kisumu. Join us from May 20th to 26th for Africa's celebration of global culture, fashion, music, dance, and more. Immerse yourself in a week-long extravaganza featuring professionals from across the continent as we explore the theme of sustainable growth trajectory for Africa through culture, trade, travel, and tourism. Don't miss this opportunity to experience the
It's a rainy
vibrant
morning in
diversity.
Nairobi, 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 23. 23 will be the high in cloudy Nakuru, currently at 19, and it's 19 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 25. Raining now in Eldoret at 17. We'll see highs of 23. And we're looking into a mostly sunny Mombasa at 28 with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 as well in a mostly sunny Malindi. It's a cloudy morning at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 27, and Kakamega is cloudy at 22. We'll also see highs of 27. After the early morning rain, it's mostly cloudy in Kampala with highs of 27, and we'll see rain now in Dar es Salaam at 25 with highs of 29. Looking into a cloudy Johannesburg, disruptive rain is what we're looking at today, highs of 21 and lows of 9, and it's 30 sunny in Mogadishu, going to highs of 34. Addis Ababa at 17 is sunny with highs of 25. We're looking into a cloudy Lagos at 27 with highs of 34, and 33 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa, 24.
Spice up your life.
Change the traffic from that Uhuru Gardens junction out towards Uhuru Highway. Very, very busy this morning, and it's bumper to bumper. Raila Odinga was taking away some of that, and then it's clear as you get to the City Mortuary roundabout on towards Community down through Haile Selassie. For the first time in a long time, Uhuru Highway is being used through and through from the Chiromo interchange out towards University of Nairobi and then through into the city. So yay! Murang'a Road, not too much traffic this morning. It's still bumper to bumper as you get through to just past Ngara. And then on the Globe Cinema roundabout, that has reduced significantly. Thika Superhighway still thumping with traffic this morning, coming through Survey and then out towards the CBD. And not too badly are we doing on Kiambu Road as we get towards the Muthaiga Square. So it doesn't look too bad. James Gishuru, though, as you get towards Wayaki Way and then crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road, you have some traffic, but not too bad. Breathable. Let's do it. Let's see what's happening as we get through towards the top of the hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right,
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
3 minutes or so with Mark Danford from Knight Frank and Raghav Gandhi from Africa Logistics Properties. They're here because Mark, Raghav, and very many other people will be meeting in Nairobi next week at the 11th annual EAPI Summit. That's the East Africa Property Investment Summit that looks at the property, the real estate sector in the region, looking at investment and how it's attracting investment. Of course, when you talk about investment and governance, the one thing that we've heard in this country in the last couple of months, in fact, into years, is global factors affecting us. You know, the war in Ukraine has impacted us. In fact, we can't even eat well because of the war in Ukraine. Now it's Gaza, you know, it's affecting us. Is that having an impact on investments that are flowing into the East African real estate sector, Mark?
Yes, we are affected by global markets. We're affected by our currency compared to foreign currency values. Recently, we've seen that increase. But I don't think it's necessarily as negative as a lot of people like to make it out to be. You know, a great example of that is 2-3 years ago when things kicked off between Ukraine and Russia. Technically, globally, and particularly the Middle East, the EMEA region was affected by that, right? However, the Middle East, particularly Dubai, has done extremely well out of that, right? A lot of Russian money is poured into the UAE, and now we're seeing a little bit of, trouble in the Middle East with what's going on in Gaza, and by virtue of that, when I'm talking to people, and I literally just landed from Dubai last night, people are saying, what's Africa like, right? Because we touch wood, we don't have that issue here in East Africa, right? We're politically stable, we have been for a while, we have functioning financial markets, we have availability of forex now, so there's an interest. Like I said earlier, we're developing as a real estate market, and Raghav's point on infrastructure is really important as well. It's an ecosystem, right? We need the roads, we need the sewage systems, we need the power, we need the airport. The airport's vital. You know, we made a lot of good progress during and since COVID on the infrastructure front. There's still a long way to go. But if we can create that environment, both fiscal and physical, in terms of tangible infrastructure, for investors to come in and start building and setting up here, there's no reason why they wouldn't, right? And, you know, I read something interesting that Blackstone was saying about our stock exchange here, right? Our stock market, saying that it's actually looking pretty attractive. I think a lot of that was down to the fact that if you look at where the stocks went the last quarter of last year due to the shilling sliding versus where they've gone in the first quarter because of the shilling climbing in dollar terms, right? They've climbed pretty aggressively because the shilling strengthened. But, you know, there is mileage in that. There is, I think, an opportunity for markets like Kenya, if we can get it right from a governance perspective, to say, hey, don't go to the UAE and set up in an SEZ there. Come to Kenya and set up in an SEZ here. You know, Centum is doing things, Tatu's doing things. There's a lot of SEZs out there. And there's opportunities for investors to come here, get incentives, and set up base. We need to continue to provide that infrastructure and that environment that allows foreigners to come in and set up here. I mean, and it's an interesting argument. You know, I'm a very proud Kenyan, but a lot of people sort of say, can't we do it on our own? And you know, should we be letting in all these expats to do this work, right? But if you look at the UAE, they're 90+% foreigners, right? Their economy's booming. So as long as it's regulated properly, I think it's a great thing to do.
Is there such a thing as too much? Like too much investment in one sector? For example, we've seen very many comments recently of, hey, my goodness, how many hotels can Nairobi have? Right? We've seen one new big hotel launching, JW Marriott. We've seen others that are launching. And people are just wondering, so
who's staying in all
these places?
Well, in the short term, yes, you can have an oversupply. I think as long as you're positive that we're going to grow as a market. You know, we saw for a long time, in fact, about 5 years ago, we saw a massive oversupply in hotel rooms. But the demand was still growing, just that supply was growing quicker than demand. So then once that demand sort of started to catch up with supply, then all of a sudden the occupancy started to rise again. And you think about markets like Tokyo or New York, people are still building hotels, right? It's about building them right. What do people want? Where do they want them? What location? And ultimately, yes, these hotels will fill up. I mean, we've actually got an interesting drop in the number of hotel rooms we've had in the market in the last couple of years because we've closed the Intercon, we've closed the Hilton, we've closed Lyco, 3 massive hotels in CBD that were closed, right? All 300 rooms plus. So when they come back online, we'll see a big boom in the number of rooms and probably a drop in occupancy again. But yes, there's always room for more office, more hotels, more residential, provided that the market's doing well.
More malls.
More malls. Well, oh, don't get me started on malls.
That's where we might put a pause. Right. So you look at investment and you look at the invitation for, of course, external parties to come into the country. There is also the push by government. Let's look at what government says and says, look, we understand that there needs to be a definite rise in how much, and we're talking about money, clean cash, that needs to come into the country. We know that. Do we have the capacity as a government to manufacture across board in terms of what needs to be done? Obviously, the answer is no. And that's where the invitation for external investors comes in to say, okay, what can we do to make it a little bit more comfortable for you to come and operate here, so long as we see that percentage of that comes to the country. Where should, from your perspective, and also then clearly from a real estate perspective, how should that balance be created? Who should push whom? Should the sector say, well, look, this is what needs to happen in order for us to invite these folks in? Or should government be the one to say on this hand, okay, well, we're going to tweak 1, 2, 3 and say, okay, guys, come in and do this? Or is there a balance that can be created between the two?
I think there has to be a combination. If you look at many developed markets across the globe who've had successful stories, successful transitions from, poor economies to much more affluent economies now, whether you look across Asia, even across, let's say, Eastern Europe. There has to be a combination where the government needs to provide a framework where external money that is coming in is going to feel safe with that money lying, being in your country, and not that, we're going to kind of do a switcheroo where the goalposts are going to change and we're going to be like, okay, now those rules don't apply, and therefore the value of your investment has kind of been wiped out or been reduced by 50%. So I think there is that onus is very much there on a government to provide that surety, that security. However, I'm very much a strong believer that, again, if you draw parallels with other economies, it's usually the private sector, right, that drives that momentum. I mean, I think arguably the only place that one could say has been primarily government-led is China, right, as a recent story. But if you look elsewhere, economies do well because you've got high-quality private institutions which have really, through that spirit of entrepreneurship, through that spirit of, wanting to get things done, that have really helped propel an economy forward. And that is, I think, what is going to attract this external investment that we talk about. It's that, government framework combined with good caliber, trustworthy companies that external investors are going to feel that, okay, I want to put money with these guys because they're the ones who are going to give me some return.
Yeah. If I can add to that, I think you're 100% right. The only thing I would say is that if we were to think about it from a utopian ideal perspective, we would see public and private sector engaging much more than they do. So we'd see the government saying, right, we want to plan for how we're going to grow this city, this country's economy from a whatever perspective, be it, agri, be it real estate, be it whatever it is, right? We're going to go and engage the private sector overseas and understand, right, you guys, you investors, XYZ funds, what would we need to do to attract you guys to come into our country, right? And they'll give you a list because these guys have, investment criteria that are very clear. And they say, you tick these 5 boxes, we'll come and we'll give you $500 million or whatever it is, right? And that's largely what we do with the IMF and those sorts of people is they say, you need to be compliant from these perspectives and then we'll lend you money, right? So, but we're not doing the same thing with the private sector investors. We're not going internationally, and we have access to these people, and we can go overseas and say, hey, we would like, ALP to be a global logistics or a regional logistics kingpin, and we would like, to work with ALP to figure out how they can get the financing they need, who they're targeting as financiers, where they're coming from. Let's do a roadshow. Let's go to Europe. Let's go to the States. Let's go to wherever it needs to be, Asia, and talk to them together and say, we are the government. We're working hand in hand with the private sector to do this thing, and we're going to do it. It's a bit like bidding for the Olympics or whatever. The government says we will build this infrastructure if you guys,
if you give us the
there's a quid pro quo, right? And we kind of muddle through it. Governments kind of say, we think people would like this, and they kind of build something, and then it's like, well, I don't know about that, right? And then the private sector drives it. International occupiers, if you look at the office space here, international occupiers have driven the change in the way offices look in this market. Initially, people would build office buildings and people would occupy them, right? You'd build them off spec, people would occupy them. Now, international occupiers, big global ones that everybody wants to pay them dollars in rent, are saying, no, you need to have this sort of energy efficiency in your building. You need to be facing this direction, this many hours of sunlight through these windows, this type of glass, this many lifts, this much this kind of airflow, etc., 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 right? And so if you as a developer want those tenants, you now have to build to those specifications, right? So we're now seeing the private sector driving the way that the smarter developers and investors are developing. I mean, ALP is the same, right? They built to a specification that fits in with global tenants. And then global tenants said, great, that's what we want. So then they occupy you, right?
That's interesting, and I think I'd like to ask a question on that, because if that's what because here we are existing in a space whereby, yes, sure, it's almost insular in nature, but at the same time, you're existing in a space that has to have global appeal. Because you're saying the people that you want to come and invest are of a global nature, right? So do we see right now in Kenya, and I guess to a degree the answer would be yes, but I would like to expand on that a little bit, that do we see that those global requirements are being met more and more? Because essentially that is who the target is. When the government, for example, through the Ministry of MITI, says this is our target for X amount of dollars to come into the country, then is the need, because when these folks come in, like you said, they're going to need to live and work somewhere. Are we meeting then that demand by nature of the demand of the economy of the day?
And so I'm going to nuance it a little bit and maybe use a specific example to what we're seeing as well, right? It's not just necessarily, I mean, I think the office space that Mark talked about, it's much more clear cut. You're trying to attract multinational companies to be based in Nairobi. They're going to be looking for a certain standard. And I think what you are seeing increasingly is that standard going up and up. It might not be exactly what you might see in a London or Manhattan, but it also doesn't need to be, right? We need to be rational. We need to see what makes sense. But you are seeing that standard of building go gradually up, which is a good thing. But what I'm also very, let's say, kind of, for me, what's important is that we are also a Kenyan economy where you're not just meant to be focused on the external folk. The larger part of your economy is always going to be domestic consumption, right? And so what you're also going to find is it's the domestic consumers who are also then going to be striving for higher standards because they are also outward looking as well. So just to give you an example, one of the sectors that we work very closely with is the agricultural space. Agriculture is a massive driver of the economy out here. What we are finding is that increasingly a lot of the tenants that we have who are in the agriculture space are looking outward. They want to be exporting more because that's how they see the potential for further growth, right? Of course, you've got domestic consumption, but you can also be exporting your produce outside. What they're also finding is that when a supermarket from the UK, let's say a Tesco's, is looking at the facilities that they're exporting from, they're necessitating these guys to be exporting from a certain quality, certain standard of facility, that the workplace that they're operating out of is safe for the workers, their employees as well. And so there is a bit of a push and pull element to it. It's not just about attracting the foreign companies to come here, but it's also about our domestic companies that are looking to export whatever they offer outside. They're also having to work with better conditions, better criteria in order to be able to achieve their goals as well.
They're thinking bigger. When you talk about investing,
it's a great point because talking about getting money into the country, one way of doing that is to export goods, right? So I think, and we're not doing a great job of that at the moment.
We need to improve on that a bit. You mentioned, like the kind of advisory services that you offer, Mark. So someone, let's say ALP, is looking at bringing in more money so they can diversify. They can, open the next one from Tilisi, Tatu City. Then they want to go outside of Nairobi County and Kiambu County. They want to go outside of the country to Tanzania, to Uganda. And they need this big investor to come in. So how do they package themselves for the big investor? And how does a big investor then come in and put in money? Is it always good for, ALP to go on a roadshow themselves looking for money? What role would capital markets, for example, play?
That's a massive question and a good question. It really depends on a few factors. What their strategy is, right? How they want to keep their ownership structure, what markets they want to go into, how much money they want or need, how ambitious they are, and how their current returns are, right? A lot of groups, ALP, have been very successful doing this on their own to date, and a lot of people have been successful doing it on their own. And in fact, some people continue to do it on their own because they say, well, we're doing a good enough job, we don't need to go out there and find help. And others say, actually, we don't really know where we're starting, let's go and get some help from a Knight Frank or whoever, and go out there and go to an EAPI or go to an event in the Middle East and talk to investors, and we set up a bunch of meetings and we sit them down and we say, but it's good to know what you're looking for before you go out there. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of people do, is they say, we want to go out and borrow some money. And it's like, well, how much money do you need? What are your investment criteria? How much? What kind of returns do you need? And so, we start at the very basic level and sort of say, well, what's your plan, right? What do you guys want to be like in 5-10 years, right? Do you want to have logistics facilities in 20 countries across Africa, right? And If so, how much of your business are you willing to give away, and what kind of criteria do you have, right? And I mean, that's not even talking about when you start talking about ethics and the Sharia financing and all that kind of stuff, because there's people out there who will only find certain types of financing palatable to themselves. So understand what you want. When you understand what you want, then you can say, well, these are the people that would potentially get involved in that, and then you go and speak to those specific people. Yeah.
There are those that have been thinking of listing. So you go to the Nairobi Securities Exchange, you list in the alternative investments market as a REITs or something. How's that as a route?
Raghav, are we going to talk about REITs? Are we going to? Raghav invited me very kindly to the REITs Association event down in Naivasha last year, and I have some interesting views about whether Kenya's ready for big REITs. I actually think that we're ready for, and I'm sure Raghav will have something to say on this, but I think we need to rethink. I think the way people think of REITs in emerging markets is that they're an opportunity to bring international money in through putting together a portfolio of investment-grade assets, internationally palatable investment-grade assets that are yielding forex, et cetera, right? And yes, it works in India, it works in Mexico because they're massive markets, right? They're massive, deep markets. A market like Kenya, and a lot of people say to me, well, Kenya's got 50 million people, it's the size of Spain, surely it's a big market. It's actually not a particularly big market. It's not a very deep market, right? So I think that we do have this growing middle class. We do have a lot of local assets that are potentially not investment grade to foreigners, but that are investment grade for locals. Why don't we create some sort of structure whereby local middle class people who invest in bonds and things, right, can invest in local real estate assets that are doing well. If you think about, you mentioned malls, but if you think about the strip malls that have popped up everywhere, right?
Yes.
Not all of them, but some of them are doing very well, right? So a portfolio of assets like that, again, no big fund from Japan's going to come in and buy, 20 of those in Kenya, right? Especially since they're all paying rents in shillings, they're all local retailers, Chicken Inn, they don't know who Chicken is in Tokyo, right? But here, everybody knows Chicken Inn, right? So, and I promise I'm not getting paid for that. But if we were to put together a portfolio of assets like that and make the buy-in lot size small enough, I think there'd be an appetite for that. I think over to Raghav. He's now going to shoot me down completely.
Yeah, no.
He's a REIT specialist.
Yeah. So, in a previous role, I managed a couple of REITs for a few years. So, I do actually agree with quite a bit of what Mark said. There is scope for REITs to help institutionalize real estate, right? It does. I think one of the challenges that the sector has faced is goes back to what I mentioned earlier about the cultural element, where people like to have direct investments. But if you look at the work that has been done in the last few years, we've actually been able to generate quite a lot of local institutional interest in REITs through local pension funds. And I think that is a route to be explored more, where we need to, from the issuer side, from the private company side, need to, where I think we need to get better at is driving that scale. Because a REIT is a portfolio investment. And you cannot have a portfolio of 2-3 assets, right? You need to have a portfolio of at least 10 to 15 assets, because that's what then enables returns to be driven higher, because you're benefiting from economies of scale. You're spreading costs out over a larger base. Unfortunately, as of now, we haven't got, we haven't been able to get enough REITs to that scale. But it's a matter of time. I mean, it's not, Rome wasn't built in a day. And you just got to be patient. There's an element of market education. We've done quite a bit of work on that in the last few years. And I think we will gradually get there. I think it's important to have a REIT presence, because what you've seen globally is that wherever there are established REIT markets, that's a sign of a mature real estate sector. And that's important for us as well.
Yeah, that's
Raghav,
100% right.
What role will the ALP be playing at next week's summit, the EAPI summit?
Aside from sponsoring it,
small detail.
No, I mean, look, we're gonna have a number of team members there. I'll be there. We'll also be sharing some insights. We're part of a couple of panels. I think, unfortunately, one of them
Are we on the same panel?
No, I think it's with your colleague who I prefer.
Oh,
yeah. I like more. So you know, we'll be kind of sharing our thoughts on what the industrial real estate, institutional investment market is about, and of course just going out there to meet people. I think events such as the API are fantastic because it. You know, we all get very busy, we all get kind of caught in our day-to-day, and it just gives you an opportunity in one short space of time to meet as many people as
Network.
possible. Yeah.
Mark, Knight Frank is sponsoring as well?
We are. We're a knowledge partner as well. Like you said, we produce a lot of data. And in fact, API, so the one down in South Africa, I tried to avoid Raghav down there for an entire event, but then we ended up sitting on the plane next to each other on the way back, so I couldn't avoid him. But yeah, it's a great event, and I'm looking forward to it, and it's a great opportunity to catch up with industry people. Yeah.
All right. At Radisson Blu Upper Hill next week from the 17th and the 18th of April, the EAPI Summit. Our guests have been Mark Dunford, CEO, Knight Frank Kenya, and Raghav Gandhi, CEO, Africa Logistics Properties. It's 9 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. At least 8 people were this morning killed in a grisly road accident in the Ngata area, Nakuru, on the Nakuru-Eldoret highway. This was after 3 vehicles were involved in the accident, according to the police. The vehicles were a Toyota van and 2 lorries. Rift Valley Police Post Odera confirmed the accident increased to at least 14. The number of those killed in 2 separate accidents within a few hours. Police said 7 others are nursing wounds in hospitals following the 2 accidents. Another accident had earlier Monday evening claimed 6 lives in the Dukamoja area on the Kericho-Nakuru highway. Now, the number of children born in Kenya from 2050 may not be enough to sustain the country's population size for long, according to new projections. This means several years later, Kenya's population could shrink unless there is immigration from other countries. The projections are being attributed to the consistent fall in the number of children born to a Kenyan woman over her lifetime, from 8 in the 1950s to less than 3 today. The number, known as total fertility rate, will decline further to about 1.8, that is 1 or 2 children in 2050, and reduce to 1.4 in the year 2100. In general, countries need to have a total fertility rate of 2.1 children replacement level to sustain their population size. The new projections have been published in the Lancet Journal. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has raised concerns over the suitability of David Keplagat-Kerich for the Washington, D.C. USA ambassadorial post. The commission, through a recommendation to the National Assembly Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, stated that there is an active investigation against Keplagat. However, the committee chair and well-good member of Parliament, Nelson Koech, allowed the nominee to make his submissions. During his vetting, the lawmakers acknowledged the importance of the USA as a strategic partner through the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, which is Kenya's biggest export market. Keplagat said he will leverage the trade agreement and increase export volumes. Honorable Halima Yusuf Musheke, the committee to The Hague, Netherlands, and Miss Jessica Muthoni Gakinya, ambassadorial nominee for the Kingdom of Morocco, were also vetted by the committee. The Ministry of Roads and Transport says it is investing in technology to tame road accidents. Cabinet Secretary for Roads Kipchumba Murkomen says they are in the process of rolling out gadgets to monitor traffic on different roads, as well as coming up with regulation that will ensure those found flouting traffic laws are prosecuted. A day after 4 people perished and scores were injured after a bus overturned at the Nithi Bridge black spot along the Meru-Nairobi highway, CS Murkomen faulted careless drivers for the surge in road accidents, saying the government will seal all loopholes to avert road carnage. This comes as stakeholders in the public service vehicle industry embarked on a sensitization exercise to educate drivers and touts on road safety. They pledge to prioritize mental health training, which has been identified as a key contributor to careless driving leading to road carnage. And 3 governors in the North Rift have agreed to have all livestock banned in a fresh move to help tame runaway banditry affecting the region. Governors Simon Kachapin, West Pokot, and Benjamin Cheboya Baringa and Wesley Rotejavalgaya Marakwet resolved after a joint meeting in Iten town to review progress on the warned banditry. The county heads resolved to prohibit the sale and movement of animals in the wards which are extensively affected by the banditry problem. The 3 have tasked the respective executives and other technical staff from the livestock and veterinary departments to come out with plans on how the branding of livestock will be implemented. Governor Kachapin said they will work with the national government to ensure they stop the movement of all livestock that is not branded. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions tabled its submissions opposing the release of Kevin Kangethe on bail or bond pending hearing and determination of the extradition application before Milimani Law Court's Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina. The prosecution through Vincent Monda and Magdalene Duarte presented to the court 6 compelling reasons to justify the opposition to bail or bond, among them the respondent being a flight risk, noting that after he fled the United States of America immediately after committing the offense, leading to the Chelsea court in USA issuing warrant of arrest against him, as well as a red alert raised by Interpol. The second reason the prosecution argued was that the nature and seriousness of the offense committed and the likely punishment to be meted if found guilty. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A busy morning is what it's been, and now look at James Gishuru as you're crossing over Waiaki Way, heading towards the Red Hill Link Road. There's no traffic on Waiaki Way. Where is everybody going? And decided, okay, Red Hill Link Road is where we want to go today. Everybody's going to United Nations Avenue, Gigiri, such places. That's why we see that traffic. Actually, interestingly, it's inbound. It's not outbound. Inbound traffic on the Red Hill Link Road, that's happening. So, you know, also we're looking at a little bit of traffic coming off of Arboretum, crossing over towards Parklands, all the way out, then past Sarit Centre. And then also, Uhuru Highway hasn't been too bad. We've been doing well. Globe Cinema Roundabout, for the first time in a week or so, not too much traffic. Uhuru Highway is open, hallelujah. Okay, what else is going on here? Some traffic coming off of Muranga Road as you get then towards the city centre. And as you get off General Waroingi Road, that's not too bad. Getting into the city via Ring Road, Ngara, that's where you'll find some traffic. It's busy on Landis, going out towards Haile Selassie. So a little bit of traffic left as we get through the morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
You've talked about
the only way to start your day.
Gotten coverage in the Daily Nation today. It was a traffic nightmare for motorists and passengers using the Nairobi-Mombasa road on Sunday and the better part of yesterday when they were caught up in a snarl-up between the Machakos Junction and Salama Town that lasted more than 24 hours. The traffic jam was partially caused by the closure of a section of the road for repairs. Although normal traffic flow resumed yesterday afternoon after police towed away trucks that had broken down in the affected section, there were signs that motorists are likely to continue suffering. The ongoing rainfall compromised the diversion created by Kenha to allow for the repair of the closed section of the road. This is where trucks had stalled. Kenha, in their infinite wisdom, have decided Okay, and it's right. They should do that. That's what they're there to do. Road section requires repairs, so let's commence repairs. That's okay. However, Kenya instructs their contractor, just create a diversion.
Yeah.
I mean, what's a kilometer? We're talking about what? Less than a kilometer long? So just create a diversion. What do you do with a diversion? Just put rocks on the road, put drums, put things say, reduce traffic to 30, diversion and point. Where they're diverting to, let them sort themselves out. Sio ilikuwa barabara zamani.
Put a
Let
sign.
them go. Let them go. What happens? And I'm telling you this because I witnessed it on Easter, during the Easter weekend. So I went down to Kimana on Saturday, okay? As I was going down, I found that section of the road. So there's nothing that alerts you that 101 kilometer ahead, there's a diversion. No. You get there about 20 meters, you start seeing a sign, 50, 20, arrow, get off the road. You get off the road, and of course it's a dirt road. Nothing has been done to it. They just poured some water because it had not rained that night. So they just poured kidogo water, and then you're passing. So trucks that are coming up from Mombasa and all the other vehicles that are coming up from Mombasa, plus you that you're going down one lane, okay? Move. And this is on the right of the road. It was okay. I passed by there, just slow down completely to 10 kph, blah, 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 off, move. As I was coming back the following day, it took much longer. Why? Because overnight, with all that traffic and nothing has been done to regrade and level the road, now it has just become huge bumps and potholes. The heavy trucks were now moving like at 2 kph because it's carrying a container, remember?
Of course.
It's bending in, bending out.
Settle.
The driver has got to make sure that this thing, it does not break my springs, it doesn't break my anything. I've got to navigate through this softly. The oncoming truck as well is doing the same. Some of them are carrying sand, others are carrying whatever. And I was like, this is going to be a chaotic
disaster.
True to form. This weekend, people spent hours on that section. It's about 100 meters long of a diversion. And in their wisdom, Kenya cannot even think and say, all right, vehicles that are heading down, divert to your left. Vehicles that are coming, divert
to your right.
Each one, divert to your left. All of you.
Oh, left,
Nothing.
yes.
All of you are taken to this one place and they don't repair. This is the nonsense that we saw. When reached for comment, the Kenya Deputy Director in charge of corporate communication, Samuel Kumba, said the snarl-up was caused by a 40-foot truck which fell across the road. It was made worse, and this one they quote him verbatim. Impatient motorists overlapped in both Mombasa and Nairobi-bound carriageways. Impatient motorists.
The snarl-up was not caused by a truck. How did the truck manage to fall across the road?
That's the thing.
That's the genesis of the problem.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because of this particular section. And then police had said they had to tow a truck that had stalled in the middle of that diversion. If a truck stalls in the middle of that diversion,
it's over.
That's it.
Finish.
You have blocked the road.
Remember that even before the felling of that truck, what had happened is that the road was it was gullies.
Yep.
It was already gullies, and folks are moving at significantly slower speeds than they would ordinarily be moving.
Yep.
So they're moving slower. People have to come to a stop in order to wait to then be able to continue to navigate. Remember, you're also talking about trucks that have come through fully loaded in terms of capacity.
Yep.
They're on their way to a job. To offload. They're on their way to offload. They've come from Mombasa. So they're full. And then you're on this thing where you cannot go. Normally, a truck is not going at beyond 80 kilometers an hour.
Yep.
Normally.
Yep.
Now, in this place, when you're going at less than 10, in order for you to maintain the health of your vehicle, as well as this load that you've carried overhead, what do you think is going to happen? And then we're dealing with gullies. What happened? I'm not even a road engineer and I know this. What happens to a road that already, first of all, is less than Maram, and you have all these heavy vehicles that are digging at it? What happens? What happens to a road?
It is so annoying when you see the attitude that you get from this roads agency.
Then you blame people and you tell
when
them.
They come and say it's because you people are impatient.
Then you started overlapping. That's where the drama, that's where the traffic was caused.
It's because you people are overlapping. I mean, can't you just take your vehicle through the gullies?
And can you not wait? Yeah, okay.
You see, if there's no indication at all, when you are a kilometer away and you do not know that there's road construction works going on, you have no idea what's happening. You do not know what's happening. You don't know whether the vehicles have stalled, whether the vehicle in front of you has stalled. You don't know. You have no idea what's going on. That's when people start overlapping, because they have no idea.
This was the communications guy.
This is the communications guy who says it's because the truck fell across the road. Why did it fall across the road? Because the driver, I don't know, maybe in his head is thinking, well, the truck just decided, nimechoka, wacha nilale hapa kidogo
in the middle of the road.
Yeah. The truck decided, And then the other thing is now, then you motorists, with your
nonsense,
bad manners, you've decided to do the normal thing that you do. People do not overlap on roads because they want to overlap on roads. People overlap on roads because there's a problem.
There is a problem. There is a problem.
And if that problem is a design problem, like clearly this one is a design problem, you do not have an alternative smooth surface for motorists to use, then clearly you're going to have chaos. If you imagine the people who spent hours here, traffic jam that starts. Do you know where this place is? This is after Machakos Junction. Before you get to, there's a place called Katumani. There's an Ilri Research Center, right?
Yes.
Before you get to the Ilri Research Center.
Yes.
From there to Konza, from Konza to Salama, it's a long distance. If the traffic coming to Nairobi was beginning at Salama, it tells you it was total
madness.
Chaos.
It was chaos.
The traffic on this side was beginning at Machakos Junction. It was total chaos. And the attitude of Kenha is,
you people are in bad behavior. That's why you vote. Essentially, what Kenha has said is that they've absolved themselves of any fault whatsoever. They said we're repairing the road. The reason why this traffic is there is because you people have bad manners. Had you people not overlapped, had this guy not fallen asleep on the steering or whatever it is that they say the reason as to why the truck fell over, and the truck had not fallen over, they would not have had this problem. So essentially, we've taken this problem, we've packaged it, and then we've thrown it back at you like a hot potato and said, you deal. Because of you. After all, we are here. The only reason why we're here is trying to make the road better and passable for you.
Yeah.
So now you want to come and start making noise, not us. Oh my goodness!
I will never stop talking about Kenha until they change. When the road is done, the road is okay. When they are constructing a road, their attitude is completely off. You talk to people wherever Kenha is constructing a road and the kind of nonsense that they are taken through because they have to do this. Now when you just think at, the government is now talking about creating an expressway between Maimahiu Junction and Okoh, Mau Summit. If you just think about everybody who will be going to Naivasha, to Gilgil, to Elementaita, to Nakuru, the kind of pain they will suffer. Because you will be thrown into people's chambers and told people's chambers that's where their new road is.
You just
and you bury that.
You deal. Let me ask you.
You saw what happened when they're doing an expressway.
Please.
Children had to close school for a week because the sewer burst. Then they entered their classrooms. People had to move because dust has affected people's homes.
Can't live here anymore.
You can't live here. And Kenha's attitude was, but we are building we are doing an expressway. The contractor is going to be out of here in 6 months' time. So it's six months.
We'll just pour water on the road. And that water, how many times was it poured? This Mombasa road isn't a national. This Mombasa road isn't a national highway.
It's a national trunk.
Okay, let's continue. Outside here, just here.
Outside Standard Group.
Outside Standard Group. There's a river. There's a book called A River Runs Through It.
Oh.
This is the manifestation of that book, A River Runs Through It. I won't forget because I read that circular myself. They said that from the 4th of November until the 11th of November. And you know why? It would look as if we're actually just whining. Yes, we are. It's necessary in some cases to do so because you must regularly call people out on the things that they actually are supposed to be doing and they don't do. We can understand that some people make mistakes. We can understand that there will be delays.
Once in a while,
come on. We can understand that maybe you will delay for a couple. Yes, but when there is irregular, when there is inadequate, insufficient information about what is going on, it's a problem. there used to be a bus stage here.
Yep.
Where
outside
you could,
the Standard Group
outside the
Center.
Standard Group, you could come out and then you could take a matatu, whatever. If you could stop there and get. They said that from November 4th until November 11th, 2023, there was going to be expansion of Mombasa Road, so that to allow, of course, the capacity to carry more vehicles that is in outbound now. Okay.
Yeah.
So they've dug up parts of the road, which now the rain has come. So we now have twin rivers.
Yep.
Twin rivers on this side.
On each side of the road.
On this side.
Yeah.
The vehicles have been parked outside Standard Group gates for months. Every now and then somebody wake up and say, okay, these cars are here, let's do something, let's come and dig something.
Gurumisha is a Kwame.
They go, they dig, they go, they leave, they go. Now it has rained, right?
Yeah.
We have pools of, no, these ones are not pools, lakes of water outside here. Nobody's saying anything. November 11th has come and gone. In fact, we're on the shorter side of November 11th now because we're in April.
In fact, why don't you talk about the entire stretch of the expressway from
Where do
Westlands?
we want to start? We want to start from Westlands coming here?
All the way to Mlolongo. A 3 billion shilling contract was issued by the Minister for Transport, the Ministry of Transport, to some contractors. I think there are 2 or 3 constructors, I'm not sure, to do what was supposed to have been done when the expressway was
doing the
being
expressway in the first place.
Okay?
Yeah.
Which was to make sure that you now smoothen the part of Mombasa, the old Mombasa Road. You create proper bus stops. You have proper pedestrian crossings. You have pedestrian walkways that are working. Okay? 3 billion shillings contract. Kipchumba Murkomen came here and he told us, forget that 8 billion shillings that you had heard from James Macharia before. That one didn't come through. In fact, I've sat down and looked, 8 billion Tetua Api. I don't have 8 billion. 3 billion, I've identified the contractors.
But just for purposes of clarity, billion is the one that has 9 zeros.
Those ones.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And the job was to make sure that Mombasa Road, as it is, has 3 lanes, clearly marked 3 lanes, smooth, motorable surface, 3 lanes, pedestrian walkways, 3 lanes, pedestrian bus stops, 3 lanes. He said, sasa unajua sasa kitu inaitwa footbridge. Hatuna pesa, but we can do, I think, 1 or 2 footbridges, something like that. Have you seen a footbridge? 0.
Have you seen clearly marked road?
Have you seen a clearly marked road between Westlands and Mlolongo?
Smooth roads going.
Smooth. Nothing. Just here at General Motors, you will find things. This is, Kenha is the owner of this road.
Yeah.
The same Kenha we're talking about. They are their own owner of this road. They are the owner of the road from ABC Place going all the way to Rironi. That is the Maimahiu Junction. That road has been under construction for, I don't know, since Jesus left. Nothing has been under construction. Kenha are the owners of that road.
Yeah.
Okay? There is no proper pedestrian crossing. None, not proper. There is no pedestrian crossing. People in many of those places, Reagan, along that Boyaki way, along the way, you cross a road that is about 4 lanes. You go and stand in between the barrier of the road out of Nairobi and the road into Nairobi. You're a child who's come from school. You stand there, you wait for the traffic to look like it's reducing in speed, and then you dash.
Yes.
That is what happens with pedestrians crossing the road from Kangemi all the way to Rironi. That is how pedestrians are crossing their road.
Every day.
Kenha will tell us we are overlapping. Pedestrians don't know how to cross the road. Pedestrians cannot use, I don't know what. Kenha will tell us nonsensical stories. Kenha.
They need to do better. No, they just need to do. No, they need to do first, then we can talk about doing better or worse.
Yeah. Our guest has arrived. I don't know whether he also got caught up in Kenha traffic, but he'll tell us. George Natembeya is the governor of Trans Nzoia County. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good to see you, yeah?
Thanks for having me. Sorry I'm late.
What happened?
I was held up somewhere.
Okay.
I was having another interview, took a bit of time.
Okay. Karibu sana lakini.
Asante sana, shukuru.
Asante. I want to welcome you with the day's proverb. CT would have given you that proverb if you were here. CT Muga, our colleague, he is not in, but every week CT brings us proverbs from one African country, and then he brings a proverb a day from that country. This week he says the proverbs are from the Kingdom of Morocco. And today's proverb, which I want you to listen and give us your interpretation, show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. Show him again. If he doesn't learn, just leave him. What's your interpretation of this proverb?
I think the power of visibility. You learn more by seeing than by being told. And if you can't learn from what you've seen, then you're beyond education.
You're beyond help.
Yeah, you're beyond help.
You were said kabisa. Washiba, we've been seeing you doing the Tawe movement. You know, every time. In fact, I even saw a clip of you yesterday. A number of things that you're saying. So there's a political party that has been in this region for many years. If it has helped you build your house, if it has helped you milk your cows, if it has helped you remain in that party, if it hasn't, wachana na hiyo chama. What is this Tawe movement, Your Excellency Natembeya?
Tawe movement, actually it's not even a movement. Tawe in my mother tongue literally means no. Hapana, you reject. And we are saying we want to reject all the bad things that have affected our community, including bad leadership, poverty, nepotism, tribalism, politics of violence, all those things that are bad. We want to reject them. You look at our community, they have normalized the abnormal. You go to the villages, people live the same way. They're affected by jiggers. They can't take their kids to school. Unemployment rate is very high. And because everybody's going through the same, you think it's normal. We want them to start rejecting at that level. And then now, to whom do we attribute these problems? It's basically an unaccountable political leadership. You're elected, but somehow you think solving those problems it's not part of your assignment. So we want also an accountable political leadership. Currently, I've got leaders who, once they're elected, they disappear for 5 years. You look for some little money, come back and buy the electorate, and therefore the problems persist. So we want even the way our local people perceive leadership to also change. The vugu-vugu. In Kiswahili they call it
vugu-vugu.
Yeah.
It's movement.
Yes.
Tawe movement. So why you?
Why not? Why not? Because there's a culture out there about these predominant political figures that if you join leadership, you must line up behind them and do exactly what they've been doing. But we are saying this is what we've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. No changes. So if you want to force us to follow you to do the same things, we want to chart a different political course. That's what we are doing. It's just not me. We want to have very many other people. This type of movement is actually getting a lot of support. It's resonating well with the local people, and even the political leaders who have been in the game for long, and they want to look at politics in a different way. Of course, they're also welcome. We want them to join this movement. So that we have a total transformation, especially at the local level.
How far back is this problem? How many years back?
It goes back very many years. I think nothing really has changed since we got independence. The founding fathers of this country talked about poverty, illiteracy, disease as the main problems, challenges facing this country. 60 years later, we're still talking about the same things. Our country has grown for a few. Not everybody's complaining about those three things. A few people have actually moved on, they have addressed them. They are living in a state of self-actualization. But over 90% of Kenyans are just at the place where they were at independence. So what is the problem? We want to ask that. Look at the president. He came up with the hustler narrative during the election. And even they made even borders and boggers believe that they were going to go into government, that they're going to become ministers. What happened? Because along the way, we forgot all these things and even we have raised taxes. Who's being affected the most? Because at that time, we understood the problems of the hustlers. What has changed? It's actually the system that changes people. You go there and people simply hold this hostage and start doing different things completely, and you forgot even the things that you promised the people. So we want to remain true to what we promised the people, because those are the things that they want. That's why they voted for even in the first place. But even now, my colleagues, the ones that I moved with when we were looking for votes, they're doing completely different things. And when you appear to be going against the grain, then now you are the bad one. But now we are saying, let us, for the first time, start addressing the needs of the common man, not yet the needs of the leaders. Yeah.
Do people change, or do people go into these positions as they are? And as they assume the position, they're just showing you who they really are.
There's a lot of deceit in politics. Well, what you are saying also could also be true, because a lot of hypocrisy. Because the things that we say on the campaign trail and the things that we do once we are in office are completely different things. During campaigns, everybody is humble. You'll be called to any function, you'll go there, and you're really basically begging for votes. The moment you're elected, you even take offense when you go to a function and there is no carpet for you. You take serious offense. If old men don't remove hats for you, you look at it as disrespect. You forget that just the other day you are the employer, the other day you are just asking for votes from them. So I don't know if people show that true colors once they're elected, or somehow the system changes people. I don't know. But at the core of all this is selfishness.
True.
Yeah.
You're asking people to reject. I mean, you've said say no to a system that fails you. Say no to this, dilapidated economy. Say no to not providing for children. I mean, say no to a poor health system. Say no to all of these things. Are you also the one then who would say, yes, say no, but this is what I'm pointing you towards?
Yeah, that's what we are doing. We are rejecting this, but then for what? Yeah, if you are rejecting dictatorial leadership, we also have to empower you to make proper decisions during elections. If 50 shillings can change your political opinion, then what do we do to ensure that 50 shillings doesn't change your political opinion when it comes to election?
Or to ensure that you have the 50 shillings anyway?
Yeah, so we need you to have that 50 shillings. That it really doesn't matter if somebody's giving you 100 or 500. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, because now you're looking at the bigger picture. You are selling the future of your children at the cost of 50 shillings, because you don't have any alternatives. And in the politics of poverty, I look at my community and I see it's orchestrated. Is by design. There's some puppet master somewhere who is orchestrating all this, that let these people remain in poverty, ensure that even they don't go to school, they're not exposed to anything. You are born in a place called Halwenge, you live there, you marry there, the only thing you know about this country is just Halwenge. And you think everybody in this country lives like that. It's basically orchestrated. We want to open the eyes of our people, because I know you can be talking these things, but if you don't have the people, then you are doing it for who? They must buy into this idea first. That's why I say reject your life as it is. If you think it's comfortable, you cannot change these people. But let them see that there's an alternative life, that you can lead a better, dignified life, as even a local person in the village there. The moment you reject your status, then you can start moving towards even a revolution. Yeah.
So as you talk about that movement and what you're telling people to reject, your messaging, it's personified. It's coming down into an individual. The individual being the party leader of a political party that's been dominant in your region, Fort Kenya, and this is Moses Wetangula. Why are you singling those two out?
Why people have always been afraid. You talk about the problems, you know the people causing these problems, but you talk as if the problems are causing themselves. So for us, we're putting a face with the problems that we have. And it's not just me attributing that. They themselves have said they are third in command in this government. So third in command of what significance to the community? You are saying is a very important position in government. What does it come in terms of the community? Other than elevating you and giving you all these privileges of society as a person. There's this tendency that if you are comfortable up there, the commission will feel comfortable. The politics of tokenism, because when they're loyal to believe they're in government, you put somebody there who will make a lot of noise about the position they hold in society. But that position does not translate into anything tangible for the community. Of course, currently I'm blaming these guys because they're the ones who are there, but they're doing exactly what their predecessors used to do. Just talk, come to the villages and attend funerals with the national flags and basically mesmerize people. And they're telling people that, naweza kuwa mimi ni mbaya, but I'm the only one that you have. You are creating this kind of desperation.
I'm your only option.
I'm the only that if I'm not there, then you guys are not there. But is it true? I've been talking about the lawyer community. I don't want to be misconstrued, like to mean that I'm preaching tribalism and nepotism. That is the kind of reality that we have today. The lawyers are the second largest community in this republic, has suffered serious discrimination, even with just basic things. I normally give the example of the forces. That 6 years down the line, we've not even had a single lawyer commanding even the Navy or the Air Force, or even being the CDF. All other communities, the Kikuyu have had 2 or 3 times. The Kambas have had, the Somalis have had, the Luo currently they have, Costarians have had even twice, Mwadhe, the Kibwana. But the second largest community in this country, nothing, not even just a lieutenant general. Nothing. The highest we've had is just a major general, I think, at the Air Force, and is going to be given other duties. Nothing. And Tonje came up with very, very clear rules on succession management. But it seems again somebody's manipulating this to ensure that only certain individuals reach the apex. Look at even the police service. We have not had even a single lawyer as Inspector General of Police or as a Commissioner of Police in the previous regime. Nothing. So what happens? When you reach a certain level, you work so hard and become a Deputy Inspector General or Assistant Inspector General of Police. But from there, you need now this called number 3 or number 2 in government. That political thing is not stated by that political push. What the Gachagua talks about shareholding. You have to come and say, now I'm demanding for this. That's when your number 3 means something. I rose to become a regional commissioner myself, just by working hard. Nobody held my hand. But the moment you become a regional commissioner, you can only become a PS or become a CS. How do you become one? You need that political push. You see there. Again, when I declared I wanted to be governor, it's when I discovered these guys are completely against the community, because I was fought left, right, and center. Those guys come like those of the cabinet secretary.
Why would they be against the community?
And they were hitting me, just because I said I want to be governor. Actually, I left earlier than everybody else, because when I was removed from regional commissioner abroad at the headquarters, and they were so happy. But why didn't they insist, like everybody says, that if you remove Natembeya, put another Natembeya there from the community, they put somebody else, because they don't care. And we are saying everybody now negotiates for stuff as a community. You are united first, then you go and negotiate with others. It's easier for other communities to deal with one entity, united entity, instead of dealing with 18. But for lawyers, we are 18 sub-nations there, and everybody wants to be, to be separate. They're all divided. What we are saying now, can we come together as a community, then talk with other Kenyans? That's why Raila is taken seriously. That's why Ruto is taken seriously. That's why Rigathi is taken seriously. That's why Kalonzo is taken seriously. Ujilwe is taken seriously.
So please make me understand, because you're saying that these individuals have been doing this for their own political expediency, but we've seen others rising with their political expediency by actually trying to elevate and position their people. You can hear people talking about, because of the leadership of Kalonzo Musyoka, you've seen certain people who are elevated and occupying certain offices. They even come out to say, because of Kalonzo's support, I got this position. You've seen the same with Raila. You've seen the same with Kikuyu leaders. You've seen the same with some coastal leaders. You see this happening. So why would it be that the leaders of the Luhya nation would not do it? I mean, they can see it works for other people. Why would they not want it to work for them?
Because as a Luhya community, we've not been able to take those leaders to those positions. Which lawyer made Mudavadi the Prime Cabinet Secretary? What did the lawyer do to make him a Prime Cabinet Secretary?
Would it have made a difference if you could see that there was a significant unification or rallying together that then brought him that position?
Big difference. It will be taken more seriously.
By
even the president himself.
Okay.
You'll say, I want roads in Viga, and if you're not given. You say I'm walking away, and you'll walk away with 400 MPs. But today he's there alone. Today the governor for Mudavadi is an ODM governor, Otijilo. The senator is Ososi, is ODM. Azimio got more votes than Kenya Kwanza in Viga. The position that Mudavadi holds in government is what we call tokenism. You can be fired today and no lawyer will cry. And nothing will happen. Wetangula came with this funny explanation that he delivered Bungoma to the president, that Bungoma has always voted for Raila, but this time around about 200,000 people voted for the president. So he used those 200,000 votes to bargain for himself. Yeah, but he knows just carried the lawyer community there. The other people go together. Today, if Kalonzo coughs, the entire Kamba nation will get a call. isn't it? The same with the Raila. What about Luhyas? In fact, I can confidently state today that if the president wants to talk to the Luhya nation, he'll go through Raila, because Raila has got 20 members of parliament in Western. ANC has 5, Ford Kenya has 5, DAP has 5, out of over 40. So the dominant political figure there is ODM. We want to change all this, that as a community we are capable of going to that table ourselves. We go there as a community, not as individuals using the name of the community to go there. And yet they have got nothing to show.
Many have tried.
For those positions.
Many have tried. Yes, many have tried. We have had the conversation about Luhya unity has been there for decades, right? They haven't succeeded. Why do you think they have not succeeded?
And that's why I'm not even talking about Luhya unity myself, not the unity of the leadership, because leadership get united for their own selfish interests. We want to do what's called transformational leadership, not just getting positions for the sake of those positions. What are we doing with those positions to transform the lives of our people? Eric, for instance, there is a sub-county in Trans Nzoia called Saboti. Saboti is to be represented in parliament by Michael Omalo kijana. Wakati wa siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Up to now, Saboti doesn't have even a single kilometer of tarmac. As we speak now. Zero. No tarmac there. And the leaders have somehow, when you tell people that the government hates us and there's nowhere we can go as a leadership, what are you trying to say? And these people also pay taxes. We are saying it's no longer about Natembeya or about Mudabad or about Wetangula. First of all, let the person also understand that the life they're leading, they deserve better. How do they get this life? Politics not just about controversy, about argument. People think that when you talk too much, they say, the people have tended to look at politics very negatively. But politics is about allocation of resources and sharing of resources. That's what politics is all about. How have we used our political power and strength as a people to ensure that we empower local communities? That's all I'm saying. That let somebody look at this community in terms of sheer numbers, because it's about the numbers. And let these numbers mean something that they can look back and say, no, but there's 7 million people here. What's happening with them? There was a time when Luhya said about 5 cabinet secretaries. At that time, the cabinet was bloated. It's not like now in the year 22. But we had about 7 cabinet ministers. Today we have how many? We just have 1. The entire Western region, 7 million people, plus the prime cabinet secretary. Those are true. Is that proper representation in cabinet? Yeah, because people say you did not vote for this formation, and therefore we don't have shares. That's the quiet, kind of the quiet arrangement. But we are saying it's not only people who voted for Kenya Kwanza pay taxes. We all pay taxes equally, and therefore we deserve to be given some of these positions. And I'm saying that because you look at our people, because of the problem that they have gone through, even just they lack confidence completely. They can't question anything. When you go there and you're calling yourself even the purple names, people just call you that. You go there and say, me Papa Oroma, people call you Papa Oroma. They know it's blasphemous. But because you have said it, they'll call you that. We want to change. We want to change all these things. And people, when I talk like people get so scared. Is he doing this? Is saying this about this guy? Is he going to survive? This guy has finished so-and-so, has finished Muskari Kompo, he has finished Buhisa Kitui, he's finished Omunyinyi, he's finished SL, he's finished so-and-so. Will Natembeya survive this? But we are telling you, don't be the person who finishes people. Be the person who builds people. Be positive about some of these things. And you cannot have a monopoly of knowledge. Because you should be able to consult. And when we raise some of these issues, can we step back and say, is this guy making sense or not? Or do we just now get a sledgehammer and say, let me finish this guy? So after finishing him, then, are you going to change the narrative? Are you going to stop this?
Sure. So from the people's point of view, it's clear. I mean, we're going back to that. And one of the questions we ask ourselves is George Natembeya saying, you know what? If we make sure that the livelihoods of people, and it just so happens that people in the western part of the country right now is the focus, because that's where your governor, right? And that's where the other leaders who also happen to be Luhyas are. But we're saying that, look, this expediency that you're looking for, because this is what you have said, that people have been members of parliament, people have been governors, people have been cabinet secretaries, but we do not see development in this area. We do not see that there's been unification of the people. We do not see that anybody worth their salt has been able to rise to a position whereby people can take them seriously. If you take care of the people, if you develop the area, if you make sure that the thing that you're supposed to do in that position, you actually do, nobody will have to question whether you are fit for purpose. Is that what we are saying? So is your focus as George Natembeya raising the profile of the people, or is your focus to be the one that people will look towards in the future?
If people focus too much on myself, then they completely miss the point. Then it becomes selfish. You create unnecessary enemies because the people are obsessed with the leaders, and then the message is lost. That's why I'm saying it's about the people. Let us walk with the people. The moment the people realize that there is strength in numbers, and they have the numbers, and they need to harness these numbers in a proper way, and they know that if they harness these numbers, then benefits are going to accrue to them. For me, my job will be done. But for now, people just participate in politics as a matter of routine. You will find so many people attending rallies, thousands. On the day of voting, they don't vote. What is the reason? And the idea of saying that campaigns are a time to harvest, because we don't see these leaders. This is the only time we get them. So you go and attend rallies, you are given 100 shillings, 50 shillings, and you say, nimepata yangu. Then you go and vote for somebody, say, huyu has got very good ideas. Lakini hajanipatia yako kitu. That's how we speak. Hajanipatia yako kitu. Lakini at least nimekulako yake 50. 50 shillings only. We want to change. We want to change that. And for me, I operate from home, from the grassroots. I'm daily with the people.
Do you feel like you're a lone wolf in this? You're on your own?
I'm not on my own. There are so many people, there are very many leaders who are just silent, and they are watching to see how this unfolds. And I'm sure if it goes the direction I think it's going to go, there are very many of them who are going to join the fold. The level of frustration out there, even among the leadership, is very high. But they can't just speak. There's this kind of fear. People, when other people talk freely, you go to Western, there's this kind of fear. When you say some of these things, you're going to be called and be told, kijana yetu ni mzuri, huyu mtu atamaliza wewe. You know, the people believe that you cannot challenge these leaders. But we are saying, let us sacrifice for the sake of the community. If somebody gets this message, they understand that we need to change, and they change, my mission will be done. So this is not about me, and I don't want it to be about me. I'm going to support anybody else who will come and articulate this one better than myself, and have more influence than myself. The leadership Western itakana kuwa ni harambe. We all contribute from Vihiga to Busia to Kakamega to Bungoma to Trans Nzoia, and we are saying, once as lawyers, if we are able to achieve what I'm talking about and get what's rightful share ours without blackmail, without being told do this and that before I do this, I'm sure even the small communities like the El Molo and the Ogek will also get the rightful share. We don't want to get more than what is entitled to us, because that's also unfair. We just want to get what we are entitled to as the Luya nation, as others also get theirs. We believe there's somebody who's getting our share. We believe there's somebody who say, they're not even serious, and then they go sharing this big position, so that we are left with somebody, bragging that I made somebody procurement officer at KEMSA. I made some very small things that don't really have no significance to the community.
They don't benefit the wider part of the population.
And then you assist somebody, but you don't let them work. They become your slaves. So that when you are going to a funeral, they all accompany you. If you find even a CS of health, people are dying. The doctors are on strike, but she's fighting in a funeral in Trans Nzoia. Where are the priorities? Because your party leader is there, therefore you all troop. Because you must show your loyalty. Vile Mzee Moi alikuwa anafanya what's happening in Western. That is the another want to change, that you can assist me become a PS, but please let me work. Because the moment you become a PS or a CS, you are now serving the nation, the Republic of Kenya. It's not even about you as an individual from Bungoma or from Trans Nzoia. It's about the Republic of Kenya. We've got serious national issues affecting the country. Let me have the time to handle these problems. But I can't have divided attention. Naenda nyumbani, where are you? Can you accompany me? You know, those kind of stories, how do you do?
So it's a bad politics that's been happening in Western Kenya for many years, like you've said. The kind of politics, like I heard you say in a clip yesterday, ni mazishi. So yote tu ni mazishi. That's where the only place you will see these leaders.
Yes.
So it's mazishi, attending funerals, hype and talking big time and having clarion calls that don't mean much, and yet there's no substance in what you see on the ground. And if anybody dares to oppose you, then in that funeral there's going to be fracas.
You'll be beaten up.
And the next place people are going to say, uliona vile nilimchalasa pale kwa masishi ya fulani. That is the kind of politics that you're saying.
And even now, like now they know that the Tower movement is really catching up on the ground. So 1 hour they're planning to do, they're printing T-shirts and caps with the Tower and sending boys wearing them to funerals. Just go there and cause fracas. And they say, those are Natembeya's boys.
Right.
If an idea is good, why don't you just impress it? Why don't you even make it better? That's what developed countries do. There was a time I went to meet James Mwangi. That is the equity guy. We were having some investors and we went to see him. And he brought his top-notch managers there. And after he introduced them, he told me that, Natembeya, when you call a meeting of your staff in a boardroom, you should be the most stupid person in that boardroom. And he was practicing it practically, and you can see why Equity Bank is. But for us in Western, people look at this, they sniff.
You're around. The god.
They sniff around to see who is upcoming, so that they can kill you, not to uplift you
before you rise.
Yes.
So how different?
So that they grow alone in the villages, in the villages there.
Governor, how different is your brand of politics then from what you've just described as this is the bad brand of politics? The Natembeya that we are seeing in public is playing almost the same kind of politics. You're attending funerals, you're standing up in the podium, you're saying, Ford Kenyatta. It's the same kind of clarion calls. When you attended a funeral where you knew definitely that your nemesis at present is going to be present, there's going to be clash, fracas will arise. It arose. You're not different.
I went there for that funeral. I went there to send a message, because the deceased was my staff. She was working in one of my health facilities. Actually, she died in a road accident while from work. The husband is related to the speaker. Actually, in our traditions, Buku's culture was not supposed to attend that funeral. It's like attending the funeral of your daughter-in-law. You don't even shake hands with your daughter-in-law. You do not attend the burial. But we even did the fundraiser for that funeral. We gave our contribution, and as a county we participated fully. But on the eve of the burial, I was called by the member of parliament. So Ford Kenya again told me that, Governor, please don't attend because there's going to be trouble. There are people have been mobilized, a lot of tension. So I told him, but I'm the governor of Trans Nzoia, and this staff member of mine, why shouldn't I attend this burial? So on that morning, my team went there, and of course they found that the main dais where all the leaders were going to sit had been decorated, and the tent was for the Kenya colors. Why was I supposed to come and sit in that tent? But now they had politicized the funeral. So they chose to put my seat in a different tent, and those guys refused again. They broke that chair. I was not even there. So they were already causing all this commotion before I arrived. So when I went there, there was a standoff because this boy had clearly come to play politics and intimidate. They want to kill what we are trying to do. So they intimidate you, and you become hopeless. And then we say there's no option. I cannot survive politically unless I join the queue. But I'm saying no. I didn't join politics for the sake of just politics. So let's see what is the worst that they can do. And they saw the people they were with me, and they used the police. Actually, it's the police who began firing tear gas canisters. You don't throw tear gas canisters in a crowded place where there are old women, old men, disabled, babies are there, people with different conditions. And actually, it's the police who fired canisters, and of course we left. But the message was sent. Personally, I don't do politics at funerals. We normally lose very many people, and there are normally so many barriers over the weekend. But I choose one. I'll go to one, I'll sit there, I'll go through the service, we bury, and I go home. These guys can attend even 5 funerals. They use helicopters, they're hopping from place to place. They come to this one, they land there, they disrupt. You reach, you go and ask the pastor, I want to speak, you are given your time, you speak, you leave, some people follow you. For 30 minutes, a total disruption. You go to another one, 5 of them. You don't even know the people. You just hear that it's a funeral, then you go. Because funerals already mobilized, you're not spending anything. So they used to doing their politics at funerals. Actually, me, I've said, I do not do, if I want to do a meeting, like those rallies of Tawe, they're not funerals. So just meetings I've called, the people have come, and then we talk politics there. But we don't politic at funerals. I've refused. And even the people even who
Are they county government meetings?
Why, which ones?
The ones that you're attending, the ones that you're raising the Tawe movement.
Yeah, I call meetings in my county. I've not gone outside the county to have any rallies.
So are they county government organized meetings?
No, but governors meet people. I can organize a rally. Like today, if I say I want to have a rally in a particular place and I want to discuss issues, I'll call for a rally and I'll go. You just simply notify the police that you'll be in a particular place. You don't spend any money to call a rally. People just come to the rally and you talk.
You know the question I'm asking, Governor? Are you using county resources in these rallies?
No.
In these Tawe meetings?
No. Like many of these Tawe meetings, actually, we used them during like when we were giving Begu, because we used to give seed. So we'll do like extension services. We'll have team talk to them, and then now I'll come and we're telling people why we are doing this. Why are we giving Begu 60 years after independence? This Begu should have been given in 1960s. By now, every farmer should be able to buy their own seed. But they're not buying seed. You don't give them seed, they'll use last year's harvest, or they'll go to some back street and buy ordinary seed but imepakwa rangi. So why are we giving free seed 2 kgs 60 years after independence? We're telling the people are doing this because of these problems. Can we now reject this? Is what we're calling it. We don't spend anything other than maybe time. Count the time that but of course it's well spent because of course we're educating our people.
Some have said that as much as they can see and they can understand what you're saying, that they'd expect you to then lead by example. You know, don't even come out and tell us about Tawe, about these other guys who have failed. Show us the example of your success. And that will naturally gravitate us towards the area of success.
There are things I'm doing in the county as a governor. Of course, I don't want to blow my own trumpet. When you do things, let the people see for themselves. You go out explaining yourself, then it means I've had no impact on the people. Remember, I've been in government for just about 1.5 years. And I think that we are doing. Many of them, some of the projects that we started are complete. Some are in the process of being completed. We want to ensure that the resources that we have are being utilized within the counties to achieve the objects of devolution, as it were. Of course, previously money would come from Nairobi, then they end up at the county headquarters. Because we find that tenders are being done by other people, they pay the money, it's capital flight, and nothing is still happening on the ground. We are changing all that. Like now, I want to empower people so they can do almost all government tenders, so that we have money circulating in the local economy. But there are things that happen beyond Trans Nzoia that also affect us. You must have an eye on what's happening at the national leadership. You may want to empower your people, then the government is increasing taxes. We are talking about our people accessing education. The government is saying that basic education is free. We are doing capitation. We are paying 22,000 shillings per student in day school. But some local head teacher is putting another 10,000 that's not covered by the national government, calling it lunch. And then this child is losing 22,000 because they cannot raise 10,000. We keep quiet about these things because we are developing Trans Nzoia. Because what happens beyond the Trans Nzoia also affects you. And that's what I'm saying. I'm going to be very conscious of what happens at the national level, even as we work day and night for Trans Nzoia. Because at the end of the day, we are just one country.
What do we expect? What do we hope to see? Because we can't, unfortunately, just because of the character of the politics and how it happens in this country, you cannot separate the two. You will always be linked politically, even if your agenda is to develop a people and its infrastructure, as the county boss, for example. But what do you think we will see? It would appear as though you're serious in this thing whereby you're saying, you know what, let's just get to work and get the work done. But what would it look like in the future from what you are saying?
We want to all of us to develop. And we want Kenyans to have a culture of looking back and examining things. The gap between the rich and the poor, they call it the haves and the have-nots, is widening. We want to bridge this. That those who have Can they reduce this appetite of accumulation, so that those who don't have can be given the opportunity also to grow? And you cannot grow by through handout culture. And that's why even when we are giving seed, I'm telling the men especially, the lawyer men, you love the blanket too much. Guys don't wake up early. You'll find a guy sleeping up to 11 at the Baba Nalala at 11. What are you doing in the blanket at 11? Be out there hustling, doing something. Wacha serikali kukuta ukifanya kitu. Don't just sit there and blame everybody. We want people to work hard, and let the government provide a conducive environment for your hard work to mean something. Like our government is ready to import maize at 10,000 shillings per 90 kilogram bag of maize. But our government is not willing to subsidize fertilizer to the extent you can buy one bag 50 kg fertilizer at 1,000 shillings. Instead of subsidizing the farmer in Kenya, you are subsidizing a producer in Turkey.
Yeah.
What's wrong with our thinking? This is just common sense. You are promoting another farmer out there or some entrepreneur in this country who is getting government subsidy. But the government subsidy served more at the farmer level. Can we have these policies that focus on the common man engine? So even as we grow, the economy grows for everyone. So my end game is that. It's not Natembeya to become anything beyond it. And I keep telling people and they think maybe New Wongo too. But I told them, but when I left my job as artist, I was very comfortable there actually. I didn't have any much problems because it's you are actually dealing with the people. You not have people coming into your house all the time asking for that and that. When I chose to go into politics, I knew there was a possibility of losing. And I went into politics. So it wasn't all about me. And I knew if I lost, life would still continue. Because not everybody's an RC, not everybody's a governor, and life is moving on. Even for this movement, we want to focus on the manage. Yeah? Not those guys who attend those rallies, by the way. I keep telling them and they laugh because they'll come, they're well dressed and they're happy, they're cheering. But when I tell them how many of you have had lunch today, they'll all scream and say they have not eaten. It's not that they're lying, they're just putting on a brave face. We don't want people to live a fake life. If you've not eaten, you have not eaten. Why haven't you eaten? And you are a farmer. You go to the farm every day.
You want change.
Why do you produce maize? But you cannot use the process of maize to pay fees. You have to sell the land again to pay fees. Who is this one manipulating the price of maize? You are manipulating the price of input is so high. When you produce this maize, you cannot find a market. But the moment you dispose of our throwaway prices, then maize comes from Uganda and is selling at 10,000 shillings. Who is this person? Because the person in charge of policy is also in the business of selling and buying maize. So there's a very serious conflict there. How do we do away with all these things?
You are a man on a mission, and the mission is to change. Governor Natembeya, thank you very much for joining us. It's unfortunate you were caught up in the other meeting, so you got in a bit late. But please, come again soon, so we can continue this conversation.
And thanks for having me. I don't take for granted this is a very, very important platform for us to share what we are doing out there. Mishkuru sana.
His Excellency George Natembeya, Governor, Trans Nzoia County. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. See you tomorrow. It's 10:01. Here's the news.
Na hata county government of Kilifi. Tunateseka hata dawa pengine upate kama sona moja ama mara moja ama ile kaluma. Ile painkiller umeze na unataka mbele umesharudiwa na ule ugonjwa. Magonjwa matumbo nini kuumwa tuzeme maoma hapa ni mengi sana hapa. Mungu ndiye amesimama katikati kusaidia watu wa majengo Kanangoni.
8 people have died following a road accident at Ngata Bridge in Nakuru County on the Nakuru-Nairobi highway. It is reported that a matatu heading towards Kisii hit a truck that was parked on the road earlier today. According to those who witnessed the incident, the bodies of 6 adults and 2 children were removed from the crushed vehicle.
Kuna lori ambayo ilikuwa imesimama hapa, ililala hapa, imekuwa hapa kwa kama siku 3, na kuna mmoja ambayo ilikuwa inateremka ambayo nafikiri ile ilikuwa inateremka ndio iliweza kugonga hii gari ya abiria. Na tumeweza kutoa mili 6 ya watu wazima na mili 2 ya watoto. Kuna uzembevu wa kazini upande wa especially traffic. Wakati hii lori imekuwa hapa imekuwa stall kwa barabara, ingeweza kuondolewa, hii ajali haingetokea. Haingeweza kutokea, ni kitu ingeweza kuepukika. Lakini hii ni negligence kutoka upande wa traffic.
This comes just a few hours after 7 other people died from a road accident on the Kericho-Nakuru highway near Dukamoja area. In an effort to deal with accidents on the Kakamega-Kisumu highway, especially near Muga School, Shinyal Member of Parliament Fred Ikana has started the process of installing a footbridge in the area to ensure the safety of students and the residents. Addressing the teachers, students and education stakeholders at the school after handing over a new bus to the management of the school, Ikana said that it is something to see students risking their lives when they cross the road every day. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aceto Banao. I usher in Derek Otieno with the sports news.
Chance here, there's the opening goal, rifled in by Martin Odegaard, linking beautifully with Kai Havertz. Got time to pick up a pass, and it's in! 2-0 to Arsenal!
Go John Durant now, oh, what a finish! What a finish! But what a goal! Lovely counter-attack!
Good morning. Gor Mahia stretched their lead at the top of FKF Premier League table. The Green Army are now 8 points clear above their rival Tusker United after playing Kakamega Homeboys, a game that ended in a 0-0 draw. Gor Mahia are now 51 points, followed by Tusker with 43 points. And Russian ambassador to Kenya has said that Russia is ready to partner with Kenya to develop sports in the country ahead of the AFCON 2027 football tournament. The ambassador said that Kenya has got a lot to learn from Russia to host a world-class event.
We see this event as a starting point for a much longer process of building bridges and friendship at people's level. We start with the staff of the Russian embassy and the young parliamentarians, but we will take it farther and wider.
Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta has recognized Bayern Munich as one of the successful clubs in Europe. Speaking during a pre-match conference on Monday, Arteta said that even though they are enjoying the season, Bayern is a team to watch out on.
Really enjoying the moment. This is where we want to be. We're in a really good position in the Premier League, and we're in a really good position in the Champions League. We have a big task ahead of us against one of the most successful teams in Europe, and that's the hurdle that we have to overcome, and we are really looking forward to it. I'm a big fan, big admirer of Thomas. His teams, the way they set up, the way they play, what they transmit. I have learned a lot about him, and looking at Bayern, and when you analyze him deeply, you see what they are, a top team.
The Gunners face Bayern Munich tonight in the first leg of Champions League quarterfinals. And that's the Sports Wire. I'm Derek Otieno.
Neo Soul.
We at ICA Lion believe that we are stronger together when it comes to securing our financial future. ICA Lion is here to empower you with the right tools and plans designed to fit seamlessly into your lifestyle. We have a plan for you. Whether you're considering pension, insurance, or investment, ICA Lion Group has the perfect solution tailored just for you. Do you have a plan? What's your plan? Speak to us today. Visit our website plan@icealion.co.ke for a personalized consultation and get a financial plan that is tailored just for you. Join Eric Latiff, Okoh, and CT Muga in the Situation Room as they tell you all about planning and securing your financial future. What's your plan with ICA Lion?
I've got a plan.
I've got a plan. Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel get and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.